Go ahead and start the recording.
I fucking hate.
Could you just fucking not?
Alright. So,
Pure seething hatred.
where we last left off, our party basically accepted the Inquisitor's offer, trekked around the Crucible, went through its various sub-layers, got robbed a little bit, then went down to the ground floor, ran around some more, found a bandit hideout, sorry. Tried to set up an ambush. Timothy failed in succeeding in setting up that ambush. Got into a bloody firefight. You all barely survived, but did so just by the skin of your teeth. And then, as you were gloating in your own success, trying to steal some information from a computer, a guy showed up, claiming to be your biggest fan. Timothy got really close to him, and then he had a bomb strapped to his chest. So,
As far as I know, we're all hamburger meat at this point.
where we started this session, Timothy had just ripped off this guy's shirt to reveal all of the synthetic implants and the very clearly beeping time bomb, and he violently throws himself as much as his body mass onto this thing as possible. I would like everyone to make reflex saves.
Oh boy.
But I'm already dead.
Oh.
Am I rolling one?
Yes.
Oh.
Reflex
Y'all
is
level up.
literally my
Reflex
worst fucking
save.
save.
Come on!
Well,
The,
Reflex
is my best.
Not my
Too
worst.
bad I'm
Not
dead.
bad.
So, fun fact, everybody but Yarich and Centurion succeeds.
nice!
Yay.
You all rolled incredibly well on that.
Oh, good.
For fucking Yarich and Centurion.
So, 447, you and Yarich will take the full damage from this strike.
Excellent, I'm going to be knocked
full
unconscious
damage.
again.
The rest of you, however, will take half damage from this.
Ah.
We're all going
13
unconscious.
Oh, yep.
HP.
I am brought negative beyond my max.
Well,
HP.
negative HP does not exist in Starfinder, so you're just 0.
Oh,
It's okay. You've just been disintegrated.
Yep.
Um,
That's all.
I'm
I don't know
totally
why
dead.
I'm rolling one because I hugged the bastard.
Forgive me, Timothy, you have a higher DC, you fail.
Oh, because it's. Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
I'm sure that
The rest of you
matters.
have a lower DC because he's being a body shield.
I am now at 0 HP.
Alrighty, so, just to give you guys a heads up, those of you that take the full damage, if the remaining damage would put you over your maximum hit points, you die.
Oh, it absolutely. 37 damage absolutely would put me over my.
I
Does that
only
include
have 28
stamina?
hit points. I die.
Hold on, does that include stamina?
No, it doesn't include stamina.
Okay, well in that case, I am very dead.
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
dead.
I have 32 max HP.
Well, Tyler, you had 22 hit points, and then it ate most of that, so it wouldn't have enough damage left over to outright kill you.
So your reach survives, unconscious. But
Never mind, I
survives.
still survive because it's half.
Yep. So, the majority of you are dying, including
So there's
Carson,
no way out of
Baku.
there's really no way out of this. I just die. There's no resolve or anything I can use.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Alright. So, those
Maybe
of
if I
you-
hadn't gotten mauled by a fucking bear, I could have survived that.
I don't think I'm dying. I think I'm dead.
Oh, good.
At least the bear that mauled you died.
Join us.
Yes, that is true.
Come to our side of the river.
Come to our casino.
Come to our casino, white man.
Those of you that are still alive can spend a resolve point to stabilize.
Yes.
Alright. I have one resolve left.
I
so-
think
Then
I think
another
you should
resolve
save
to
your
get back
resolve. You
up.
might need it later.
I'm not.
Remember that you start the session at full resolve too.
Okay, so I'm at 3.
I'm not going to spend my resolve here.
Fair. Tyler, are you going to spend your resolve? I can see that you have spent 2 resolve, so I'm just going to put you back at technically still alive at 1 HP. Vaku, are you spending your resolve?
Yeah, I already spent
Alright.
it.
So you're stable but not up? Is that what you
Yeah.
want?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And Karth is doing much the same. Okay. So, whilst the explosion goes off, the only conscious member of the party would be the moth after everything happens. You just barely manage to curl yourself underneath the desk as this fireball just overwhelms everything. And then shortly after, the interior structure of the warehouse begins collapsing on everyone here.
Oh, no.
So your eyes flutter open just to see a hulking mass of metal descending on you at very rapid speeds.
Oh, no. I'm going to roll out of the way and...
Give me a reflex save.
Moth gets impaled
This
by a
thing just-
gigantic. Moth gets impaled by a fucking I-beam.
Oh, that's a critical
So-
fail.
Yeah, I imagine as you were trying to just get out of the way of this now collapsing building, you see one of these structural beams descending right for you. You try to spin out of the way because spinning is a good trick, and then immediately get hit by this thing and go unconscious.
Night, night,
So-
Orange.
I don't wake up.
To the dead party members.
Great.
Yeah.
My attempts were for naught.
If I had either passed that reflex save or didn't get mauled by a bear, I would still be around.
Congratulations, Timothy. You now have the title of Harm Assist.
It's funny because my my particular school, like my particular like field of study is pharmacology. So he went to school to be a
Pharmacology.
pharmacist, and now he's a pharmacist.
You're so great at your job,
So-
bro.
Tim Tom.
Yes.
What you recall as you drift from this almost concealing veil of shadows
Also, I think this is the first time Tim Tom's died.
is that you are sitting in
Tom's
the
not part
bed
of Big
of a
Pharma.
rolling armored truck. You recall seeing the faces of all of your friends around you shortly before there is a very similar to the explosion that just went off, an IED that is set off below the vehicle. You feel weightless as all of you are drifting. There's already one person dead from the shrapnel that pierced the bottom of the vehicle. And as it comes into a roll, you feel this red haze come over as you hit the ground and are now basically at critical health, now dragging yourself forward. In the midst of this wreckage, you start to smell gasoline, and you see a bunch of your critically injured comrades all around you. What do you do?
Freaks the fuck out and immediately starts trying to drag his colleagues out of the fucking car before it explodes.
So yeah,
Burns up.
you get up, kind of shaking the sense out of your head. This is a time for action, not for like mental thought, and just start grabbing everybody and piling them on, even if they're dead.
Yeah.
Because one person is like violently split open. You go ahead and pile all these people up and begin dragging them out of the busted door, which is very easy to just shunt off. What you see as you gather your colleagues not far away from this place are a small cluster of trucks that are rolling towards your location.
Can I identify which trucks they are?
You do immediately recognize that these are Dominion-related vehicles, although they appear aged. That being said, as you gather and set down everybody, because you can't exactly act on this information, with a bunch of bodies that you're carrying around, you get a sense that this is basically the end. You are caught in a Dominion ambush. You are on your last legs. You have a bunch of your critically injured comrades around you. What do you do? You feel like almost drifting into and out of consciousness. There's like this thunderous headache.
Probably at this point, looking back at his colleagues and looking at the immediate threat, which, from what I know, is like if you're being shot at, you don't perform aid immediately. You suppress fire, you shoot back, and then you tend to your wounded.
Yeah,
So Tim
you,
Tom is going to grab the nearest firearm he can,
you
and
basically
just
take a
immediately just start.
couple. You take a couple of bloodied steps, just kind of course, vital ichor trickling from your many wounds, and take those few steps over to the flipped vehicle, where you rip its LMG off and lean it over towards the Dominion convoy.
Yeah, and then hold down the trigger till the gun goes click.
So, when this happens, each individual round feels like a lifetime, like you can feel it leaving the barrel and cycling into a new round. Round by round emptying into the incoming vehicles. You almost don't notice more and more reinforcements piling on, more individuals flooding into the scene. The trucks are disengorging their convoys, their payloads, their people, and they are returning fire, and you can hear scattering, splintering metal behind you. While this is happening, while you're spraying ammunition down the field, there is one thing that perks up your ear. You hear the sound of footsteps wrapping around the vehicle. Like incoming troopers coming to assault your friends. And you look around, and through the haze of the smoke, you see an individual who almost seems to be carrying a weapon in their hands.
Tim Tom probably not understanding what not even in his right mind or any of that, would bear weapon and open fire.
So as you heft this weapon around and turn its hailing, splintering fire against the person, you see chunks blow off of this individual in vicious pieces. And as they collapse onto the ground and the smoke clears, you see that there is a child dead on the ground carrying a bundle of medicinal supplies.
Oops.
Oops.
Oops, all war crimes.
So, as you murder this very clearly a non-combatant in this field of fire, you hear the ammo run dry, and you are still completely surrounded on all sides.
I imagine that's probably the part where Tim Tom has no recollection of the real recollection of the events other
Had
than
no recollection of the events.
oh
Oops.
So,
great. Now he's forced to relive this horrifying moment.
as your ammunition runs dry, and I imagine at this point the headache's overtaking you, you kind of fall to your knees, trying to maybe stumble through your pack for anything that you can get to stabilize your friends. You start hearing screaming from all sides of this conflict. You just start hearing wailing as if people were being disemboweled. And you look over towards these convoys and see the trucks almost in slow motion being thrown around like toys. In the midst of a yelling, firing pack of soldiers that are all just fully automatic, pouring all of their potential downrange, they are all focusing on a singular target. It almost looks like a man. Almost. Curled and hunched over and covered in fur and scraps of clothing and harnesses. This thing, this beast of a man, is literally as if they were just just engaging in a playful match of fighting, throwing around people and cars like it's nothing. And you see not just one of them, but 2, 3, and 4 of these things just running into and dicing up these groups of Dominion infantry like they are basically just a hot knife through butter.
I imagine Tim Tom would just sit there, stare, mouth agape, in horror, terror, and utter confusion.
So, as you curl up, probably leaning against the convoy, which is still leaking gasoline, by the way, probably succumbing to blood loss, now in a safe environment considering all of the incoming soldiers are dead, this creature stomps over towards you, quickly joined by its companions. And though its muzzle is covered in fur and matted gore, teeth still shine like marble, its eyes seem to focus on you with less than a murderous intent. And it puts up its hand over towards its ears and you hear it growl, "The convoy's secure." And at that point, you would pass out. So, as your dream seems to darken, you actually see something that completely brings you out of this fictitious reality. This dream shatters like a pane of glass, and these shards scatter to the wind, leaving you in a black ocean.
I imagine
Anchors.
Tim Tom's just sitting
go
on his
ahead.
knees, just staring out into the black nothingness. Anyway,
Ankos.
Oh boy, here we go.
So,
Ankles.
the one thing that you remember, probably keeping it closer to yourself than any other memory that you have, something that is very important in your life. You recall making good pace, keeping on track, rushing through a crowd of strangers. Lights are basically just kind of flickering overhead, large bright signs as you're just making your way through the districts of Axiom. You're in Block 17, and you recall this night. You were transporting a very valuable piece of cargo. A small chip that contained a valuable corporate insider trading information.
That will decide the fate of the Mojave Wasteland.
And as you are walking, you know there are many eyes upon you. You get a sense that, from your years of criminal experience, that this chip is not something that they're going to part with just like that. What do you do?
If I feel like I'm being followed with reasonable suspicion, I'm going to divert down an alleyway and try and use a line of sight breaking route that I've used before.
So, yeah, you go ahead in almost this practiced, rehearsed manner, though your adrenaline is still spiking up. Duck down an alleyway and begin making your way into the lesser-known subsections of this place. What you do notice is that as you slip into the alleyway, a figure from the crowd breaks rank and immediately starts to follow you. Maybe it's because they're so far away, but it almost looks huge, like hulking, and it's running at you fast.
I'm gonna take off down an alleyway and start trying to jump up a fire escape.
Yeah, no, you rush over and take a quick look around and immediately find one of these things. You have to deftly navigate your way up some crates, but you manage to catch the bottom rung and begin climbing. You make it up onto the stairways, you turn over and look down and see a hulking reptilian creature just basically shouting up at you, "Hey there, you little shit, come on!"
I am going to ignore him. He's probably a cop, and if I get caught, I'm probably going to be in jail for a very long time, and I'm going to keep going.
So yeah, you rush up the stairway and immediately find the nearest open door. And you hear, "Oh, come on, that's not fair."
Alright,
So,
nearest
Be right
open
back.
door.
yeah, you rush through the nearest open doorway and are now marching through a hallway.
Okay, I'm
You
gonna go
just
to the
keep
other.
running.
I'm gonna go out the other side of the building, head out a window on that end, and then try to skirt over one more complex over and get the fuck out.
Yeah, no, you get a sense that this person tailing you has probably lost your trail at this point. You're gonna rejoin the crowds and try to make your way back to your destination? Or are you going to keep doing alleyway stuff?
I don't want to have this information longer than I have to. If I feel like I've broken him, I'm gonna go ahead and get going.
Yeah, you make your way out of a window and try to rejoin the busy street. And as you make the intersection, to your horror, the window you just passed through shatters. And out of it, that same creature from before comes flying out, hitting the ground and rolling a few times before he opens up his eyes and stares at you.
I guess at this point I know when I'm had, and I just put my hands up.
So, you go ahead and just basically accept the fact that this thing is much more determined than you are.
If I am cornered with a creature that is about 5 times larger than me, that
You're
has
basically at the intersection in a crowd. Like you could run away into this crowd.
Oh, I thought it
if
was
you
still
wanted
inside
to.
the building.
No.
Okay. Upon seeing that, it scares the absolute shit out of me, and even beyond rational thinking, I just run.
Yeah, so you run and you run, emerging through the crowd, kind of thoughts slipping away in a screaming panic. You do hear continued shouting behind you, but you pay not much mind to the actual language that he's using. So, where are you running to?
Where am I running to? I can't take this to my contact because he's probably gonna be a little pissed off if I lead cops to his front door. I would say that the place I'm probably gonna bring this to is, or head to is.
A safe house,
Do I-
maybe?
I was gonna say that, but he's too close on my tail. Anywhere I go is gonna potentially get revealed. I'm gonna try and steal a car.
Oh, God.
Nice.
So,
GTA
just
Seccaro.
in your, like, panicked animal thinking.
Specifically, I want to look for something I can get on and take off on quickly. A motorcycle.
Oh God. Yeah, no. You basically get onto the nearest conventional vehicle and hot rig the various electrical components that you are taught just kind of during your career as a street kid. Once this thing is active, this beast is just about on top of you, and you hit the gas as quickly as you can and quickly just kind of skirt off into the traffic. So as you are rushing away, seeing this dude in the distance, he's got one of his arms up, he's yelling at you very angrily.
Hey, I'm driving you.
Yeah. You speed off. Now where are you going? You still got the adrenaline pumping in your veins, you've still got presumably heat on you, you've definitely lost this individual.
I'm gonna drive probably about a good 3 or 4 kilometers on the opposite side of my endpoint, and I'm going to ditch the vehicle and then get going to my buyer.
Fair enough. So,
Actually, I'm gonna call up my buyer to tell him that he needs to meet me somewhere else. And I'm gonna have him meet between the point I'm ditching the bike and halfway between the highway.
yeah, no, as you basically get a hold of your buyer, whenever you explain this scenario to him, he is more than furious, and he is demanding that you get the heat off before you ever exchange hands in person.
At that point, I'll try to convince him, no, I lost him, now we need to hurry up and make this happen before I get him again.
No, you need to chill the fuck out. I am not exchanging hands if you've got a cop trailing you.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm gonna go ahead and just hang up on him, and I'm gonna go to a safe house.
Yeah, you hang up and immediately just head for somewhere that you can lie low for a bit.
knowing my situation, it's probably going to be some rundown old apartment in the middle of one of the
Definitely.
less charitable districts.
It is not a nice place, but you have a moment to yourself, breathing hard and deep, and just kind of thinking about your conundrum, spinning this chip in your hands. About an hour or so of this quiet contemplation happens.
Also, I'd like to also take a note that if I'm gonna have this thing on me, I'm gonna have like a cutout in the bottom of a drawer, or some other like rudimentary hiding place. I'm gonna stick this thing inside of while I sit here and contemplate.
I get that. You hear a knock at the door. Just a simple
Immediately suspicious. Nobody should know about this place. I am going to grab, I don't know, probably like a taser or switchblade or something, and I'm going to slowly walk towards the door and try to look through the sight glass.
So, the funny thing about these shitty apartment doors is that there is no people.
Oh.
They're just simple, almost like definitely painted fake mahogany.
I am going
cheap
to try
interior
my
door.
best to put on a big, gruff, tough guy voice to hide the fact that I'm like a 14-year-old and say, "Who is it?"
You hear from behind the door, "The pizza delivery man."
That screams no. Do I have windows in this place?
I imagine as you try to do that, the door shatters. And this hulking thing just takes a step forward. You have a taser in your hands, right?
Yes.
What's your
Boy,
animal
you're
instinct?
about to get low
My animal
tenderly.
instinct. My animal instinct is to throw it at him and run.
So you toss this taser up into his face, and it kind of almost seems to confuse him for a second, but you can see he is already reared up his arm with all of his weight and is now bringing it down rapidly at you.
Oh god.
So there is a thunderous impact as this fist resounds into your face. Just this wave of pain, and you are sent flying into the back of your little apartment. And
All right.
as you come to your senses, there's this second of awkward silence before this individual just kind of like takes a couple of more steps forward and just goes, "Wait a second. You're just a fucking kid."
Am I even conscious?
I imagine you were kind of like reeling, incapable of running, but still looking forward at this dude.
I was gonna then at which point I guess I'll look up and do my best to say with probably a ridiculously swollen lip and a few broken teeth, "What'd you expect?"
I don't know, not a fucking kid. All these goddamn years. And he's going to take another step into the room and just kind of kneel down beside you. This is fucked up. Is this what you've been doing? Living like this?
I'm gonna look up at him and say, "I've never known a cop to actually give a shit."
I think you've met the wrong cop. Cops, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make money quickly, and if you don't have any background or credentials, this is kind of what you have to turn to.
So, he seems to ponder this information for a second. I don't think I can take that chip in good faith. You're just
Well-
trying to survive. And tell you
Alright.
what, I don't think I can leave you strangling either. Straggling. He's gonna kind of put a hand down, almost to kind of give a sign that he is no longer willing to, like, fight you. He is basically saying, you can have the chip.
Well, how about this then? I don't particularly want to do my line of work anymore, but if I leave it, well, you don't break the contacts that I've made. If you can get me into some type of protected custody, I can get you information, a lot of it. I would have quit working for these guys fucking months ago if I could have, but you know how it is.
Well, here's thinking I would have had to convince you. He's gonna kind of smile. And as you both come to a mutual agreement, a kind of cooperation, you know, help for help, the dream seems to crystallize over and shatter into a pane of glass, which immediately begins to fragment and splinter back into the black ocean. 447.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
What you recall, you are rushing. And it's not like getting from place to place, it is closing the distance. All of your augmented physiology is sprinting straight into a door. And as it comes shearing off of its hinges and the rest of your team follows in behind you, you will proceed into the dark interior beyond. Reaching a sort of entranceway, you hear the sounds of a familiar seeming event, a fluttering to life, flickering turrets coming online with almost magical energies pouring into them as they assemble on the spot. What do you do?
Okay, is there anyone... Oh wait, my squad technician, does he have any kind of, like, drop shield or EMP ability?
Yeah, no, here's the cool thing about the Centaurian squad. You kind of flicker over, and that mind, that thought, transmits into an almost mental command, a handshake of sorts. And as soon as you are thinking it, a shield flickers into being and immediately starts getting pounded with energy fire. You are left with your team to discuss how to breach into this. You turn over and see, of course, the technician, the shock trooper, the manipulator.
Okay. So these are ceiling-mounted turrets, or what's the deal?
Yeah, there are 2 ceiling-mounted turrets in front of a door. You currently have a shield preventing you from taking damage from the turrets, but
And
you're sure that that's not going to last.
can I fire through the shield, or is it...
No, it's like a 2-way barrier.
Okay. Alright. So, we're hiding behind the shield, getting pelted with fire from these magical turrets, more or less. Do we perhaps have any munitions?
Oh, you definitely have plenty of munitions. This mission was essentially a seek and destroy of a kind. You're breaching into a research facility.
I wonder if one of us could pop out behind cover just long enough to fire an explosive near the base of those 2 turrets.
Yeah, no, the shock trooper, this hulking man with a large collar of metal and reinforced joints. You get a sense that he's smiling from behind his mask as he unleashes a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. So you time it very quickly with the shock trooper and the technician to drop this shield just in time with an expenditure of munitions. The rocket passes through and detonates one of the turrets. There is one left.
Okay. So... I mean, fuck, can we just do that again?
And kind of cycles the cylindrical container on the rocket launcher as you both essentially exchange these mental commands as the shield drops once more and another turret is dropped from the scene. You proceed forward in this tight cohesion, breaching through another door, and find yourself in a bright and luminous facility. There seems to be a lot of people running around. Well, people is less of a word. You see their spiked ears as all of you begin to level your weapons. These simple scientists trying to flee in terror. What do you do to these
All genocide.
unarmed elven scientists?
What is my mission? Are these people supposed to die, according to command?
This facility has gotta burn.
Alright. I give the command to open fire.
As you do, there is nothing but the sounds of the confirmation pings in your visor as civilian after civilian is mowed down in a pile of bodies. You get to the center of this district, just piling on the corpses. You people are a efficient and trained war machine working in tight cohesion. You make it to the center and begin planting a bomb. Sliding out this large tube-like device and setting it directly on the ground before tapping a few key buttons on the side to begin a countdown. The bomb is placed, you all look to each other and immediately go for your quick escape.
Yep.
So, rushing outwards, back through the way that you came, you find that all of the resistance that you would have met in your typical journeys, for some reason is absent here. And by the time that you make it back through a simple warehouse that you had passed through, you see the levitating platform bringing something large into bear. A very massive, almost Magitech robot suit, a mech. And the rest of your group seems to almost nod in agreement. This thing was sent to take you all down.
Better than it'd have tried.
So, you all immediately spring into action, ducking and weaving through its fire with your enhanced reflexes, as this thing is just bringing its entire payload to bear. Large autocannons and missile pods just kind of scattering out, magically seeking projectiles. You all basically take evasive action. How do you dispatch the mech?
Okay. I'm going to take cover, and I'm going to leer at it through my visor. Fractal, I need an analysis. Any weak points in its armor?
There is a quick flash, and unbeknownst to you, almost like you've unlocked a hidden memory, time slows. And for a second, this almost multi-spectrum, rainbow-ish figure flashes to life on your shoulders and puts a simple finger to her chin. This one's a tough one. Before you start to see reticules and HUD icons begin to appear on this very large hulking thing. I'm going to update, I'm going to upload a router, router bypass. I'm going to update a rotor bypass to prevent it from being able to move efficiently. You should exploit its weak points at the elbows and the joints.
For something that was so hard, you made that look easy.
Well, I have all the time in the world.
True enough. Alright!
So,
So once the thing seizes up and I see that its elbow servos and its generally its joints are exposed, I'm going to rush from behind cover. And what kind of fun gadgets does my armor have, like, for mobility purposes?
well, of course, I mean, you obviously have a grappling hook.
Okay. I aim my grappling hook arm at the mech and fire the hook straight into the hole.
So yeah, as this thing continues to kind of seize up, it's still moving, but much more slow than before, much more slowly. You fire the grappling hook into the construct itself and rip the cord back into position. You are sent flying from your position on the floor immediately up onto this thing's carapace. You said that you are planting the grappling hook into a weak point?
Near a weak point.
Fair enough. You immediately smash down into this thing's side as it recognizes your presence, and whoever is inside is probably going to try and smash you off in the next coming moments.
Once I'm boarded onto it, I retract the grappling hook into its receptacle. I pull a grenade from my belt, prime it, and jam it into the elbow servo before firing my grappling hook at a safe distance and just zipping off.
Yeah, as you zip off, the explosion just immediately shatters and tears this thing's arm off. It reels for a second, and you almost get a sense that it's struggling to maintain its balance with this rotor virus that's been uploaded into its systems before it tilts and falls over onto the ground, incapable of maintaining any proper sense of balance anymore. The rest of your team satisfied in the fact that this threat has at least momentarily been finished off. Are you all leaving?
I'm going to give the order to finish off the mech just to be safe.
I imagine that the shock trooper rushes over towards this place, this concealed cockpit, and begins unloading into it with his shotgun, the chambers just cycling and ripping off more and more plating until the pilot is exposed. And as his finger wraps around the trigger, a throwing knife impacts this dude into the neck. And the shock trooper and the manipulator 202 exchange mutual glances of hatred as the knife is quickly sucked from this dude's knife back into 202's grip. You keep moving out of the facility,
Yep.
out of this place, as you know the time is ticking. Tick, tick, tick. The technician seems to recall every passing moment with increasing panic. You rush outside, and your HUD immediately flashes onto you a evac point several miles away. You would drop behind enemy lines into hollowed territory.
How large is the blast radius on this device we planted?
It is enough to take out this facility and the surrounding region. You know that it is nuclear.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm about to
fuck.
say, this sounds like a fucking nuke. Like, they just fucking planted a nuke.
So, what are you doing?
We are hauling ass out of this facility, and if there's any kind of transport we can take that we might have initially taken to get here, then we should board and get the fuck out of the blast radius as soon as we can.
Yeah, I imagine you find the blacked out all-terrain transport that you all are serving as a personal vehicle not that far away and begin driving. Again, tick, tick, tick. Did you waste too much time fighting that mech? Did you waste too much time getting out of the facility? Only time will tell. The technician keeps recounting each cycling minute with more and more panic in his voice now, which is unfitting for a super soldier. But even you are starting to sweat for a bit. If you're caught in the radius of this thing, it's game over.
Do you have a visual indicator on the countdown timer?
Yeah, he seems to cycle through a few of his options before finally his haptic gauntlet, his tactical, almost engineer rig flashes to life and you see the holographic countdown flicker onto the vehicle's HUD.
How long?
Not long at all. It is not a comforting thought to know as you continue to depress. It is.
Yep, I'm going to drive my foot as hard as I can down onto the accelerator and just push this vehicle to its limits, getting us out of here.
And as you will drive off into the distance, it is almost like a flash camera finish. You hear the eruption and see the almost spectacle that is this fairy tale research facility exploding into fragments as rubble and dirt begins to get caught up, sucked into the now forming vacuum that is about to implode on itself. You race out of the incoming effect, the fireball of this thing. And as you clear the very present danger, a moment of laxity, happiness, cohesion,
I just
family.
breathe out a sigh of relief and realize that I still have my foot all the way down on the accelerator and kind of ease off of it and relax my grip on the steering wheel.
Yeah, the entire team laughs, almost kind of tying in together that this was your family.
Well done, squad. Let's go home.
And as you turn saying that, the dream is cracking over like panels of glass as it shatters and is scattered into the black ocean.
So, sitting looking out over this black ocean, do I remember having been here after the shuttle crash?
You don't remember much after the shuttle crash, honestly.
Okay, because I know we all died in the shuttle crash and Aspect brought us back, so I was just curious if perhaps I'd been here before.
Yeah, you don't really recognize this place.
Okay. So I stand up and look around. Anyone else
you
here?
three basically come out of your dreams and are pulled almost like a speck in the distance, closing at a incredible speed. The three of you are reunited, floating in black space.
So,
So we're all
do I
here. We're all
remember?
together.
Do I remember
Yes.
these two? Like, is this
Oh yeah, you remember these two. You were brought out of the dream, almost like a happy facade.
Right.
when
I
you
know I'm
went
out
up.
of the dream. I'm just saying, like, I was wondering if all my memories persisted after death too, or if.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I guess I just look around. Come here often.
Tim Tom looks over at you. Are we dead?
Do I feel my heart beating?
Ankos has also joined you, by the way. He is just silently watching the two. And yeah, no, you go ahead and put a hand to your, presumably, veins, either neck or wrist. You don't seem to feel a pulse.
I'd guess we are.
Oh God,
So
I'm getting really tired of this.
what now?
Good question. Outside of that shuttle crash, I've never died before.
Yeah, this
And
is a first for me too.
you start to hear a very low tone, soft voice. It is Aspect. Oh, what a terrible thing it is to have died. And you all begin to realize that you are sitting in the palm of Aspect, who is much, much larger than you, a Goliath, white eyes flashing into existence, the normal Set appearing in her normal, definitely figure made of darkness form.
Tim Tom kind of just stares at that for a moment. Oh dear.
So, we getting out of this one?
Well, of course you're getting out of this one. The question is the price to pay.
The price.
There's a price for everything.
All right. Well,
And
I
Tom
feel like
just-
we're making a bargain with you. So what are you asking?
I am happy with your recent performance. And you almost seem to see a flicker in the light that was present in the room. The scene of the warehouse courtyard with all of the bodies just kind of lying about before it flickers back into the darkness. This supply of raw material to reforge you is useful. However, I think we could do better.
Excuse me.
I'm not
am
sure I'm
Do better
following.
in what sense?
Well, you all have a goal, don't you? You want to find 202? Get cleared from the crime of your names?
Sounds
You
about right.
need more power.
Undoubtedly.
Well, in the coming times, the more hostile individuals that you take out, and it's like you said, they were already trying to kill you. You shouldn't let that go to waste.
So
Are
you're
you-
suggesting
Can
we
Tim
do
Tom do
something
a
with the bodies of the gangers?
Can Tim Tom do a sense motive if he says that?
Yeah, what are you trying to get a sense motive over?
Her intentions with us more or less becoming a bunch of killers for her.
Give me a
it's
sense
kind-
motive check. You get this weird feeling looking up at Aspect. The way that the eyes are angled almost seems to look joyous, as if she's experiencing something that doesn't quite happen often. Maybe it's a influx of new power. Maybe it's something deeper or more innate. Seems to find joy in so much death, and it's kind of frightening.
And Tom just kind of sits there like, you find joy in us slaughtering for you, don't you?
There's a silence that passes between you all. Aspect doesn't say anything.
Well, if it means I get to keep living, I'm not going to make any bones about it.
To be
You
quite
get this warm chuckle, just kind of like this, that passes through the waters.
These implications are beyond disturbing, but we would have had to kill them regardless of what aspect.
I'm going to go out on a
hasn't
limb and say we're worth more than they are.
Yeah, I would
I
say that's
wholeheartedly agree.
like I said, I think that we would have come to blows with them regardless. I don't care what happens to them once they're dead.
Very well. I'm glad to hear you're also... What's the word?
Pragmatic.
Open-minded? In any case, I need to remind you of something. I am... good at what I do. Clearly, bringing you back from the dead is no simple task, but I'm not perfect. Some of you suffered more than others, and I can't fix you completely.
Conventional medical science will have to pick up the rest.
Very
I'm
well.
assuming Tim Tom has flashback to me hugging a man with a bomb on his chest. It's like, oh dear.
So, Aspect kind of seems to lift you all up to the face of this amalgamation of shadows and presumably nanobots and different shit. Are you all ready to go back?
Affirmative.
Then
As
I'll
Yes.
catch you around. And she closes the palm. So as you all are enveloped, there is this shocking sensation. You feel every single nerve in your body spike, every muscle tense up, as the three of you are knitted from base format back to a living status. Enkos, I'd like you to give me a fortitude save.
oh boy. My worst one.
Ooh.
A 3.
Ooh.
Well,
So,
I'm okay.
I am going to roll a d100.
Oh boy, what limb do I lose this time?
One moment. I need to bring up my chart. There it is.
This anticipation is killing me.
I love how we fucking found out Tim Tom murdered a child and the party's reaction was just, oh, oops.
Nice.
Oops.
Quite nice.
All Coney.
That's awkward.
And the heat of
Oh,
the
wow,
moment.
look at that D100 roll. Ooh.
Oh,
That is a 1-0-0
Oh,
for the
no,
for the
that's either-
for the recording. The D100 roll the 100.
That's either really good or really, really bad.
I'm leaning towards
So-
bad, buddy.
100 is technically your left leg. So,
Oh.
this is technically better because the exact opposite would have been your head.
Oh, so I'm just still dead.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, you...
So no head.
So no. As you conjure back into life, your immediate first impulse is to scream because just looking down, you were dragged into the warehouse to keep you from taking any more fire. One of those giant I-beams has fallen on your leg and has crunched it like a tube of toothpaste.
Yeah.
Taking my arms, taking my legs, taking my side.
I
Let,
hate that.
let me with
Oh,
life in
no.
hell.
So, yeah, I'm going to leave you with that gruesome image. 447 fortitude save.
This is my best save, but watch me fuck it up. Watch me get a 9. Oh wow!
Natural
Nat
20.
20. Never mind.
Brian,
So,
Brian, fuck you.
You're in. I'm not gonna say that word on the recording.
yeah, Oh, I'm not gonna say that on the recording. Now, are you embarrassed? Anyway, you managed to somehow, some way through
You're an
sheer
in-law.
physical resistance, resist having one of your limbs suffer permanent damage. Timothy,
I'll let you be as
Roll
creative as you
twice.
want to be. Roll what?
roll twice.
oh.
You managed to succeed
Disadvantage.
one of those. No, he just has to roll two saves. He was a body shield for a fucking suicide bomber.
still, I imagine those saves would be relatively high for me because I fucking. hugged the
I thought you
motherfucker.
were making him roll tries take lower.
All right.
So are we unconscious when we come back, or are we not?
59. That is technically your body, which means that I get to choose either your left or your right arm. In this case, I'll give you the decision.
I'm gonna roll a D2.
Is it your primary or offhand grip? Is it the hand that you write with, or the hand that you, I don't know, toilet?
Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Roll 1d2. If it's a 1, it's my left. If it's a 2, it's my right.
Real quick. Call it before you roll it. Is he left or right-handed?
He's right-handed.
All right.
If it's a 1, it's my left. If it's a 2, it's my right. I lose my dominant arm.
Yeah, during that
unfortunate.
explosion, during that massive explosion, the actual incendiary blast just ripped your arm off like basically just disintegrating shrapnel slices it completely clean off. So whenever you come back to reality, you are also screaming because it is a bleeding, horrific stump.
See, also, remember this. When Tim Tom is screaming in pain, he's not just screaming physically. You all also hear him screaming in your heads.
Wow, that's awful.
So this encounter literally cost the party an arm and a leg.
You're right.
Oh my god.
Very nice.
Somebody send him the timeout, please.
Send him the timeout. Fuck that. I'm gonna send him $5 for that one.
Honestly,
Good lord.
I expected the damage to be a hell of a lot worse.
So I'm gonna slowly stand to my now living feet and body aching, bleeding from every hole. I'm gonna brush the soot and ash out of my visor.
You look over to see Ankos, who is reeling in pain. I imagine that you probably try to move, but immediately regret it. And Timothy, what are you doing? You sit up, still kind of covered in wreckage. There is now a bleeding, terrible wound on your right arm. Well, your right arm stump.
Tom grabs a hold of his shoulder, looks out, looks at the rest of y'all, and immediately starts panicking.
It appears that Yarich, Karth, and Vaku are all sleeping.
And Vaku are all unconscious. You are the only 3 conscious party members.
I'm going to limp over to Ankos, and I'm gonna kind of kneel down. I'm not in good shape, but I'll give it an honest try. And I'm gonna try to unpin him from the I-beam.
It's at this point that I have put part of my jacket in my mouth to try to have something to bite on instead of screaming, and I will attempt to get out from underneath it as you push it up.
Do you want a fortitude save to try not to pass out?
Sure, I'll roll my worst save again.
19.
Wow, why couldn't I get that earlier?
You grit your teeth as this I-beam is wrench upwards. And I'm going to say, 447, you have a strength of 12, right?
Yes.
Something about, like, your physiology being damaged prevents you from being able to lift this I-beam.
Shit. Not
You
even.
kind of go to try, and you hear it budge just a little bit. But
Not
it's
even
connected.
slightly.
It's connected to a bunch of different wreckage. You're gonna need either more party members or a higher strength score party member.
And can Tim Tom notice that Ankos is like fucked up?
I will look over my shoulder towards Tim Tom. Hey,
Tim Tom at
Doctor.
this point is like crawling over to him.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
one arm, the other arm just oozing out blood.
Yeah, there is still blood oozing out from between his fingers, as presumably you're holding it to the tangled wound.
Tim Tom looks at you. Piece of metal, heat it up now!
Eyes go wide as I mutter "what" through the cloth.
And then you see his arm stump.
Oh
Man, the
god.
epic.
I don't
Tim
have
Tom is going
any
to
torches on me.
Tim Tom is crawling up to you, Ankos. And you start seeing him like pulling out a fucking tourniquet.
Christ.
Am I even bleeding, or is the leg just crushed?
I mean, once you get to a certain amount of crushing impact, there is going to be blood.
That's fair.
The skin and bone have snapped and splintered.
That's fair.
Tom is attempting to apply a tourniquet whilst bleeding all over you.
Yep, there's just the occasional.
I'm not concerned about getting him tourniqueted. I need this I-beam off of him so we can get out of there.
Tim
I
Tom
mean,
is
I'd
gonna
like to
look.
not die
Tim,
of blood loss.
Tim Tom is gonna look at the leg and see if the leg is capable of being saved.
Yeah, make a medicine check. Yeah, that's a goner.
You just see Tim Tom pull out a knife.
Oh,
You're gonna need to bite that.
Doctor,
Sorry,
what are
buddy.
you doing?
Tim Tom immediately starts performing a battlefield amputation.
Wow. Are you going to resist this, Ankos?
I'm gonna ask, do you at least
Timothy
have...
is going to saw at your leg.
You got any morphine before you do that?
Tim Tom looks at you with if he could be pale.
Tim Tom, you are
Doctor,
now
I
actively
believe an
bleeding
amputation
out.
now would kill him again.
So as you are basically taking your knife and getting ready for the medical procedure, Timothy, you start phasing out. You're losing a lot of blood.
We have to find a
Gotta
way to
tend
get
to
you.
yourself before you can tend to
We have to
others.
find a way to get you out from under this thing. Hold on,
Tim
this is a
Tom.
warehouse. Are there any forklifts?
Tim Tom looks up at you. It's like grabs fucking 447 and shoves him close. Listen to me very carefully. Do you understand? That leg is a goner. He's not getting it back.
And if you cut it off, it's going to kill him. I don't know if you've noticed, but none of us are in great shape
Tourniquet,
right now.
apply it! Damn it!
Are you looking for forklifts?
I want to try to raise this I-beam off of him somehow.
Make a perception check. Timothy, make a fortitude save.
So, hold on. I want to be clear. Do you need the tourniquet right now, or are we trying
No,
to...
I don't have something to apply
Okay.
it to. It's
All
a gun
right.
at the shoulder. He's telling you to apply it to
Uh,
Ankos.
You could, you should probably
on.
figure that out still.
There's my forklift perception roll. A solid 10.
I imagine what he is gonna do is the artery. He's just gonna shove his fingers into the artery.
Do I see
Ugh.
any forklifts?
So...
Or cranes or any industrial equipment I could use?
Yeah, no, you look over, there in the yard is still plenty of now soot and ash-scarred construction equipment, including a singular automated forklift.
Doctor, I'm going to apply this tourniquet to him, and then we're going to get the I-beam off of him before we do anything else.
Timothy, you are barely hanging in there, like keeping yourself away from blood loss as you just stick your giant bare fingers.
I'm going-
That's actually like legitimately how you're supposed to do it.
That is terrifying.
While he's doing that, I'm going to do what Tim Tom asked me and attempt to apply a tourniquet.
Yeah, alright, do you have medicine?
No!
Make a medicine skill check.
And Tim Tom aid him by like,
So you hastily try to find some salvaged cloth or whatever Tim Tom handed you. And
I'll
try
take
to
whatever
bind
Tim
the
Tom
wound.
hands me.
and I imagine Tim Tom is like instructing him how to do it. So would that be
half
if-
crazy?
If that's the case, the best you could do on that check is a 5. So I imagine the Centurion not quite knowing this stuff because, you know, the suit normally applies the auto tourniquet back in his past. He just kind of like ties a knot in like a ribbon bow.
Tim
'Cause,
Tom
you know, that's
looks
how you
at
tie your
this.
shoelaces.
Tim Tom looks at this tourniquet, looks at 447. Fuck's sakes, you're a soldier!
I'm not a...
Didn't anyone ever
Hold
teach
on,
you
wait
first
a minute!
aid?
Good question. Could I use Profession Soldier to tie a tourniquet?
Shit.
You
I imagine
absolutely should.
Okay, let me kind of just fucking helmet palm myself and
Well,
re-roll that with Profession Soldier.
I'll let you do that, yeah.
And I
There we
imagine
go.
Tim Tom is like
5.
handing you his
My
handing-
apologies, Doctor. I don't know what's gotten into me.
Yeah, you quickly undo the ribbon and redo it into a proper tourniquet.
Apologies, I'm a little retarded.
Yes.
Apologies, I just got blown up.
Apologies, I'm still recovering from getting blown up, mauled by a bear, and set on fire, and shot multiple times.
Come on now, you're fine. You're fine.
You're fine, little
So,
blood spray.
once that tourniquet's applied, I'm gonna look at Tim Tom. Don't do anything until I get that I-beam off of him, alright?
Yeah, Tim Tom is gonna like look at Ankos, and he's gonna kind of like, okay, look, I can't take my finger out of the hole, and Tim Tom's gonna like shift his body over. See the little pouch on my left side?
I do.
No, Tim Tom's talking to Ankos.
Ghosts.
Oh, yeah.
Open it up.
I will try with trembling, shaking hands to do so.
While they're doing this, I'm
You
shambling
should-
towards the only working forklift that I have seen.
Tim Tom is essentially going to instruct
Kristen
him
Waugh
to
is gonna
grab.
fucking impale me with a forklift.
Oh god.
Tim Tom is essentially instructing Ankos on which vials are which. He's essentially instructing him to get the blood clotting agent to help slow the bleeding,
Right, so-
and the morphine.
Ankos, I would like you
Yep.
to make a medicine check. However, every basically roll that you make is agony. So anytime that you have to adjust your position.
This is like one of the only skills I don't have 4 ranks in.
But you do have Jack of all trades.
That is true, and it will make it a +4, not a +3, because of that bonus that never applies correctly. So actually, wait a second. I can just do plus
Through my
situation.
instructing him, would I be able to aid him?
Yeah. Give me your medicine check, Timothy. So you get a +2.
All right, whatever. There, it'll be a 7. Oh boy.
Yeah, he roots around through the pouches. Even with an 8, that still is like shaky hands, not quite sure what he's doing. He's got a couple of different vials, not really sure what any of them are.
Tim Tom looks at this like, fuck.
Everything is not going well.
You hear a distant beeping as a forklift powers on.
Yeah, give me a
Tim-
piloting check.
I have good piloting.
This is not good.
Yeah, this is one of those automated forklifts, but the thing is, like, it has a little small platform and basically a control panel that allows you to take manual control. So 447 brings over this utility device and it places the forks underneath the I-beam and immediately starts wrenching it up, and you can hear the sounds of shifting junk and the sounds of Yarich making like pain noises on the other side.
As
So
soon as
once
it
the
gets up
I-beam
any
is
bit,
raised, I'm
At
going
this
to go on.
feel of pain, I'm going to use another thing to wake up.
So you are underneath a pile of like scrap and salvage beams. You are underneath an I-beam. You are waking up because the weight is getting worse.
Once the I-beam is raised, I'm going to put the forklift in neutral and apply the emergency brake, and then power the forklift off.
you see
that's-
Tim Tom like using his teeth to grab like Ankos's clothing, and he's pulling him back with his mouth.
Hold on there, doctor. Let me help you with that.
Yeah, no, the both of you basically drag Ankos out. And, fun fact, as you pull him, the leg separates by itself.
Ah,
Oh.
don't even give me a
Oh.
roll for this. I just pass the fuck out.
Yeah, he's unconscious. It just comes off. And
So
seeing that is
I'm gonna look down at the leg, then look back at Tim Tom. Should we take it with us?
Tim Tom right now is like already just on his side. He already looks like he himself is about to fucking pass out.
I know, but I look at the detached leg of Ankos, then back at you. Should we take it with us?
Yes. Chop
You now are
Okay.
beginning to periodically hear the screeches of a concerned moth.
Yeah, you start hearing the sounds of like
Screams
an
and
owl.
Yarich.
Does it look like Ankos is somewhere more or less safe?
Oh yeah, he's safe for the moment.
I'm gonna lay him down and shamble towards the sounds of Yarich in pain.
Oh god, if Tim Tom falls unconscious, he dies.
You do?
Because that he his well.
Did
in
you
reality,
renew
he
your?
would. because he.
You do have plenty of resolve left, so you won't instantly die, but you will be in danger of dying again.
Okay.
Your wound, which is active and bleeding, does
Tim Tom
not.
is going to perform a medicine check to try and do something to staunch the bleeding.
That's a good idea.
Like tie a
Go ahead.
tourniquet again.
So,
Well, the problem is, I don't think Tim Tom has anything to apply a tourniquet to.
Mm.
in your expertise, when it comes down to something like this, these times call for drastic measures. You, in your emergency supplies, have a specific tool that is essentially a cauterizing laser. The only problem with it is it is like too high power for normal wound scenarios. It is for emergency, desperate circumstances like this. So you bring it out and begin cauterizing your own wound without anesthetic.
You hear out loud and in your head
Screaming.
blood-curdling screams of terror, pain, and agony.
I'm gonna push through the screaming and find Yarich.
Yeah, so as Tim Tom is doing that, by the way, I'll give you the choice this time. Do you want to make a fortitude save to not fall unconscious?
Me?
Yes.
Sure.
22. You are one tough bastard. So, 447, you eventually find on the other side of this, raised scrap heap, there is a moth which is suffering from the increased weight of that heap being raised up.
You
He-
see the
he has-
antennas,
he
the
has-
eyes
the
just
other
kind of.
end of the I-beam.
Oh! Okay, my eyes widen behind my helmet and I run back to the forklift and begin lowering it.
So, I imagine once the forklift has set down the rest of the scrap,
I'm gonna...
this thing was crushing you, but with the lessened weight and the fact that it is supported on other beams and other wreckages, you actually managed to be able to pull yourself out of this.
I slowly crawl out. I look around. I check my data pad. Is it okay?
Let's find out, actually.
Oh.
This was an explosion, mind you.
Yeah?
There is a shard of metal sticking out of it.
I'm gonna pull the shard out and hope it didn't hit anything. Any memory cards or anything like that.
Oh god.
Once
The way that it looks like that shard would have embedded itself into the device's power supply.
Okay. Power supply, that can be replaced.
It's likely had a short somewhere.
Alright. That can be fixed later. Right now.
Right now, let's fix the party.
So with the
Yes.
beam now back on the ground, I'm gonna once again turn off the forklift, neutral e-brake.
Procedures.
Yes, and get out of it. Oh, and of course unbuckle since I buckled up when I got in, and fucking walk towards Yarich.
Square.
Good to see you in One Piece mechanic.
And at this point, Tim Tom's also going to go.
I think I'm in One Piece. I press my. I check my.
You
purpose
are
and-
in fewer pieces.
I'm not One Piece.
You are in fewer pieces than Ankos is right now.
What do you mean?
It's best that you don't see it.
Oh.
Tim Tom
Oh.
pulls out that cauterizing laser.
Yep. Go to work. Medicine check.
Yarich,
He
maybe
starts
you
cauterizing fucking Ankos's
should
wound.
help me find Karth and Vaku while Tim Tom takes care of Ankos and himself.
Alright.
Also, the smell of burnt fur and flesh permeates
Excellent.
throughout the air.
Isn't that
Horrible
wonderful? So
So
Yarich,
I'm going to help
perception
Gopa.
checks. Actually, if you're going to assist him, somebody choose to make a perception check. The other one is assisting.
So
I'm
what's
assisting.
your perception?
0.
Okay, good to know. I will take the lead.
I would love to help.
You have a damn near unconscious bear fucking working on you at the risk of
Damn.
passing out at any point in time.
Tyler.
We'll be fine.
So, a bunch of different plates, bits and pieces of vehicle wreckage, definitely shards and pieces of shrapnel. You eventually find the both of them piled under much more minor amounts of this material. The way that they had passed out, they were kind of away from the main I-beam that came down in the center of the facility. So they are intact, they are stable somehow. You get a sense that it's probably that inner aspect resolve shit going on. What do you do with them?
Well,
I'm going to get them into a vehicle, into one of the trucks that wasn't affected by the explosion.
they could have been in way worse condition. Let's get everyone boarded up and get out of here.
Yes. One of the trucks should be more than suffice to get us out.
One of what, the fork trucks?
Are there
No.
any transport vehicles here for like cargo?
Cargo truck.
Currently in the loading bay, it is empty. You get a sense that those trucks arrive and then depart.
Okay.
I thought there was one outside that was...
Not at the current moment.
Alright.
Well, if those vehicles departed, they're going to come back at some point, and we don't want to be here when they do.
No.
So, you're loading these guys up as, of course, Matt is working on Matt.
I'm gonna drag
So-
not drag, I suppose I could probably get away with carrying Vaku back over to Tim Tom and lay him down next to Ankos.
I imagine there's just the sound of sizzling.
So Yahari's just going to see that
Probably the only
leg
body
is-
that smells good.
Enko's leg is off his body, and he's going to find something. Is there an ice machine nearby?
It's a warehouse, so no.
Okay.
Tom turns around to you, and he's gonna start working on you, I guess, after he gets Enko stabilized.
I mutter something in my sleep about grilled chicken.
I'm also gonna make sure Karth is laying next to the rest of the unconscious party, just get us all rounded up.
Yeah, you all have got Karth Vog. You basically got the entire party in one big powwow. Although
Alright.
half of you are unconscious.
Once the sleeping ones are stable, we need to find transport out of here.
They are all stable. You guys are fine for the moment. There's no imminent danger of death.
I'm going to find Ankos's leg and bring it back to Ankos.
Yeah, you find his leg, which I imagine Yarreach has already grasped 4 claws on and is looking for an ice machine.
Yeah, I was looking for something to get
Oh.
frozen.
Don't let the patient see. Amputated leg could send into shock.
He's unconscious right now. He's not going to see anything.
As they're talking, Levi, I want to spend my resolve to step awake.
Yeah, you spend another point of resolve. That would bring you to 3, by the way. Yeah.
Yep.
And now you come out of unconsciousness and see the absolute nightmare around you.
Can I spend a point of resolve to get all my stamina back?
Oh, are you guys taking a, 15-minute short rest here?
Actually, we probably shouldn't rest here. Never mind. I'm
We're going-
primarily concerned with finding a way to get us all out of here. So,
Alright.
so there's no cargo trucks. Are there any other suitable vehicles that we could use to get out of here?
Steal a fucking van!
I would probably say that as you're looking around, no perception check needed, you eventually find that there is like a slate gray vehicle in the back. A large kind of... It's definitely one of those cargo transports, like an unmarked van.
That'll have to do.
Yes.
I'll
we'll
get
everyone in
inside
there.
and turn
Yeah,
the...
Yari's is going to
Oh,
help
good question.
Karth
Does
to
it have the
his
keys
feet,
in
but-
the ignition, or where are they?
No, you have to bust the window open.
Right, but where are the keys?
Where are the keys? That's a good question.
So where is this thing?
Yari's
parked
just going to
exactly?
basically at this point go in and what is it called?
Hotwire.
Hotwire. Yes.
Yeah, you climb in through the busted window and kind of like have to crawl over the Centurion into the side compartment and start digging around underneath the dashboard. Give me an engineering check.
no.
Buzzing sounds of work and wires.
I'm gonna look over at you.
You just see Yarich's ass up in the air as like sparks are flying
So
out of the dashboard.
once the engine revs to life and your reach is sitting down, I'm just gonna look over to him. You've done this before.
I've heard about it being done before.
All right. So with that, I'm gonna drive the van out of this garage and bring it towards the party.
Yeah, you bring it around towards the front of the facility, and I assume you're loading everybody in.
We're gonna get everyone
Yeah.
loaded up, and we're gonna.
You see Tim Tom with like his one good arm grabbing a hold of Ankos's collar, just shambling towards the truck.
Currently, Akos and Vaku are the only two who are unconscious, so if this is a van, we can put them in the back of the van.
This is very true. You load everybody up. I assume Ankos and Yarreach are in the front. Not Ankos, fucking Yarreach and 447 are in the front seats.
Yep.
Everybody else is in the back.
Yep.
Alrighty then. You drive away from this terrible mess. Where are you heading?
I'm going to.
I'm going.
BRB.
Go on.
I
Tyler.
go to my pad and realize power supply.
It's alright, my comm unit still works. So I'm going to pull open the directions we were previously given on my comm unit and follow them in reverse.
Fair enough. You actually do find that they have updated. Now
Oh.
that you've accomplished your main objective, they are giving you a rendezvous point, which is actually further in the depths of this
Fair.
place.
Okay, I'll start heading towards the rendezvous point. I'm going towards your reach. So, that data we came to get is on your data pad, right?
Yeah. Thankfully, it only hit the power supply, so
So it should be recoverable.
yes.
Alright, so this wasn't all for nothing.
Nope. And even then, I probably should have just grabbed the actual data box itself at this point from the main thing, but
Too late now. We got what we needed, and I would hope that our employers have enough technical expertise to pull the data off that thing.
Oh God. Levi.
Mm-hmm.
Given the information about Yarich's fucking tablet, I need to know what do I lose anything?
Oh, in terms of personal items?
Yeah, because I would have some rather sensitive equipment with me.
Yeah, I will say... Let me just go ahead and roll something. Most of your stuff is fairly intact. You were in the midst of the explosion, but you keep most of your stuff in your backpack and your side pouch.
Okay.
So, it was really your body that took the brunt of the damage.
Tim Tom looks down, notices a random rib
Ugh.
just
Sticking out.
sticking out. It's like kind of jostles. It's like that's not supposed to happen.
Just push it back in.
So I'm gonna kind of look towards the back of the van. Doctor, I need you to see if you can wake Vaku up. We don't need to be carrying more than one person around.
Tim Tom pulls out his med custom micro lab,
What do you think
he's-
I'm gonna say?
and he's gonna attempt to make an adrenaline shot.
Nope.
Can I assist him, Levi?
Oh, definitely.
What was that, Levi or Deb Malachi or fucking
Devin, definitely tried this.
fucking Levi? Jesus Christ!
physical science.
No, not physical science. It's medicine.
I will assist.
You're not in the front. You're in the front.
You are in the front, but he can climb around and try to help too. So I imagine one-armed Timothy trying to fish around his medical supplies before Carthan hands him the thing that he needs. And just before the actual stimulant is applied, Yarich checks over it and makes certain that it's compatible with his physiology. The total check would be a 26. So that would be... let me look at this. Treating deadly wounds. You've definitely exceeded the DC by 5 or more. So he would get back 4 HP plus 4, so 8 total.
Yeah, you just see Tim Tom just grab it and like Pulp Fiction straight into the sternum.
There's just a hiss, and Vaku jolts awake.
And there's a fucking big ass needle sticking out of your chest.
All right, I wouldn't bother waking Genkos up, given he's not going to be able to walk. Going to have to carry him either way.
Fuck happened?
Hey there, Tim Tom pats you on the head.
So to
Hey
answer,
there, Birdie.
Where the fuck is your arm?
Tim Tom looks down.
He's shell
Oh.
shocked.
No, Tim Tom looks down at his at like the shoulder where it was. Oh, would you look at that? Tim Tom looks back
It's like
at you.
Yankos lost a limb too. Oh god.
Tim Tom looks at you. I have no idea.
So now that the majority of us are awake, what the fuck happened?
I think
saw-
those questions should be better asked.
Guy,
We're
like,
not in
walked in and
horrifying agony.
Fucking bombed us.
I saw a
Hmm.
kid. He called us his heroes, I think.
So it is about this
And then
point.
the next thing we know, we're all either unconscious or dead, and the warehouse is in rubble.
Yeah, at this moment, 447.
Yes.
Your comm beeps.
I'm going to raise a hand to. Is it a text or a call? What are we?
In a text, you actually do see the outline that seems to say, "Seems you really are the," and it cuts off. So you have to click it and be like, "God fucking damn it, I'm driving." As soon as it gets into the messaging app, you see a very ominous message that says, "Seems you really are deathless after all." ...
Credits.
It is from a unknown texting number.
I'm
Yarge
just
is
gonna say to
gonna-
myself, I'm not gonna text and drive and then close it.
Yarge is going.
So
As you all are driving to your
I'll announce to the party. Just got a mysterious text. Someone taunting us. Might have something to do with a mysterious suicide bomber.
He didn't know he had the bomb strapped to his chest.
Well, you found out.
I will return momentarily. You all can talk amongst
Fair
yourselves.
Yeah, because I think the
He-
last
he-
words he
he
said
did-
was, "Oh, hey, what's that?"
enough. He did say that.
Yeah, he did.
He did, didn't he? I think. I don't like this.
Okay, so now we know there is definitely someone trying to hunt us specifically, and they sent someone with a bomb
Not
strapped to
only
their
that,
chest.
they know of our new group name.
They sent someone with a bomb strapped to their chest to come do the job.
They didn't know.
That's alarming. We're going to have to discuss that with our employers. Okay. Now, next question. Remember, we split into two separate teams. One was supposed to provide a distraction, the other was supposed to get the job done. What happened to make the stealth mission go tits up?
I heard an explosion from your end.
That was
Tim
something
Tom.
that happened, yes. Tim Tom made a mistake with an improvised explosive device. But
Sorry.
that just made the distraction go early. You, Enkos, and Vaku were detected far before you should have been.
I'm going to look over to Vaku. He was climbing onto the top of the shelves.
So?
He was making a lot of noise, knocking things down.
Okay. Well, shit happens, I guess.
Does Vaku still have the fucking gigantic syringe still sticking out of the screen?
You haven't removed it yet.
To remove it.
Tim Tom reaches over, grabs it.
Not
Alright.
fun.
So,
Tim
mistake-
Tom has zero fucks to give at all about any of y'all's comfort.
So, a mistake was made during the stealth part of this, and things just went south from there. Alright.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, there was no way getting close without us being recognized. They.
I'm more or less satisfied just knowing what happened.
Alright.
I'd be a lot more satisfied if I still had my arm.
I'd be a lot warmer and happier with a belly full of meat.
Yari's just going to go over to the leg
I'd be happy
that
if I had
was
some crumb
crushed and
eggs and
see if there's any way to
Tsushima.
maybe get ready to be reattached.
So
Tim Tom's gonna
Yeah.
look at that leg, and he's gonna look at Yari. It's like,
Can I make a medicine check?
Yes. You see innately that there are shattered joints. The actual fucking, I don't know the medical term, the knee bone that allows the ligaments to attach and pull the leg straight is shattered entirely. It's missing. You don't know where it is. The leg itself, the bone at the apex of it is just crushed into a bunch of different splintery fragments and muscle tissue. And the actual flesh around the region has opened up like a beautiful flower. This leg is beyond salvage.
Yarich, buddy, the only thing that leg's gonna be good for is dog food.
I guess Anko's just gonna have to get used to cybernetics.
So Levi,
Go ahead, Devin.
There,
with all the blood in the air, would you like a roll for anything?
Yeah, I imagine as you are sitting down, just kind of trying to blot the imagery of so many corpses and the explosion out of your mind. Can you give me a quick will save?
Sure.
Rolls nat 1.
It's +4. I'm hopeful. Oh,
11. I imagine, Carthen, you see this detached leg, and just kind of almost not even thinking about it, all you can think about is just this deep, unending hunger.
Mm,
You reach over and just kind of liberate the leg from Yarich.
Oh, no. Oh
At it.
god,
And
no.
the rest of you watch as what you think is Carthen just kind of maybe paying his respects to the detached leg and the fact that, Angus would have to get cybernetics and he's eating it.
Fucking
no.
Oh,
you
Yari's is
God.
going to faint.
Do I see that fucking Carthen is eating Ankos' leg?
I imagine that as you all are driving, again, just thinking that he's paying respects to it, everybody just starts hearing this.
I'm gonna look over my shoulder
Respect for the dead.
while I'm still driving. I'm gonna look over my shoulder to see what the fuck is going on back there.
I don't know if I should be pissed or happy that I'm unconscious for this.
And once I see that Carthen is just eating Ankos' leg, I'm gonna slam on the brakes as hard as I can.
Does this snap me?
I imagine
Flies
that
forward.
yes, the vicious stopping movement makes you realize that you are holding a severed limb in your hand and you feel an overwhelming taste of iron.
Arthur immediately shouts and throws the leg across the van.
I'm gonna put the van in park and unbuckle my seatbelt. What the fuck are you doing?
If you throw it, it hits the windshield and makes a streak down.
Oh,
I'm gonna look back towards the leg that has impacted the windshield.
Yeah, there is blood trailing out of, fucking Devin.
I'm gonna look back towards Karth.
Fuck! Or not Ankos. Karth, what the fuck?
Carthen, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm going to just look at my hand.
It is soaked in viscera.
I honestly don't know.
I'm gonna look back towards Tim Tom. And then back at Baku.
Horror on his face.
Then I'm gonna look at Baku. And then I'm gonna look
Tom
at
starts.
Face is my current profile
slowly
pic.
preparing a sedative.
Baku's face is his profile pic.
I imagine Carthen at this point, you feel like you've got to throw up.
Yeah, Karth, over Yari's, Karth bails to empty his stomach. This is affecting him much worse than it is anyone else.
I'm going to look towards the severed leg with a chunk taken out of it. that is now sitting on the dashboard of the vehicle.
Hey, I have a question.
I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna put it in the passenger seat next to me, where Karth would have to bolt over the fucking divider to get to it.
Tim Tom is preparing a sedative.
447.
What was that?
There is a secondary option as you're setting it in like the front seat.
What?
You see the glove box.
I'm gonna mutter to myself, I am not putting a man's severed leg in the fucking glove box.
And then set the leg down in the front seat with fucking Yarich, assumedly.
He was in the back for a moment.
Mm-hmm. So,
I'm just going to, while the vehicle is still parked, and I assume Karth is still vomiting out the side, I'm just gonna mutter to myself, I never once had one of my old squad eat someone's fucking leg.
yeah, not really sure what's overcome you. You just empty out the contents of your stomach and splatter out whatever the fuck just happened onto the pavement. Until you finally manage to get some stability to your gut and just kind of have to walk around for a second and realize what the hell you've done.
So
you
here's
to clean yourself up.
Barthen, why is your vomit pink?
Oh, he just ate someone's leg and you're concerned about the color of his vomit?
Tim Tom hands Carthen some anti-nausea medication.
Yeah, Karth is gonna down it, not even worrying whether or not the doctor is drugging him.
Christ. Do you get back into the car and try to clean up or something?
I take a minute and clean myself up outside before looking up to Centurion, like seeking permission.
Chin is still stained in hands. Hands and chin stained.
In the black, emotionless reflection of my visor, you find no forgiveness.
Carthen is going to get in the back and sort of press like his back fully against the side of the vehicle, as stiff a posture as possible.
So here's a silly question, Levi. Do I remember any tales of a hallowed court combatants eating sapient flesh?
No.
Okay, I was just curious. Just wondering.
I don't mean to be that guy, but
So I just wanted to make sure this is new to me too.
Yes.
Okay.
New to all of you. Very disturbing. This isn't normal by any means.
I don't mean to be that guy, but we fucking leave.
Yeah.
No, you basically get back into the
Yes,
back.
yes, doctor. Request obliged. I take the parking brake off, shift into drive, and get down the road.
Hey, 447.
Yes, doctor.
Seatbelt.
Seatbelts. I'm gonna buckle up while I'm driving.
Christ.
You didn't say you applied your seatbelt.
I did not say that. I was in shock from watching one of my friend's severed legs get a chunk taken out of it.
Oh man, I have therapy to go to now.
So I'm gonna kind of, while we're driving, do we tell Linkos about this?
Nope.
I vote no.
I think we should just get rid of the leg so we can't question it. Going. Karth is just kind of like he's still looking at his hand, trying to judge whether or not it was his hand.
And
It's stained pink because you've just like cleaned it off, but there is definitely some. You've literally been caught red-handed.
I know the doctor said there's nothing that can be done for it, but maybe we should take it back with us so it can be disposed of properly.
Just leaving it to the fuck. Can you imagine? You just stop the car and throw the leg out and keep going.
Somewhere at the bottom of this fucking city is a charred, crispy fucking bear head with two fucking dogs fighting over it.
I guess a severed human leg would definitely be something you could find in this shithole industrial fucking grime pit of a city. So while we're driving, and one more thing. When we were fighting back there, did anyone else see the sunrise out of the asphalt?
I don't know.
because
I blacked out during the fight for a
I
little bit.
think so.
I distinctly remember seeing the sunrise out of the asphalt, and when the sunrise was gone, one of the gangers was a charred husk. I still don't know how to explain that.
Hey, I'm missing a fair chunk of that
Look,
fight too.
between that and the vampires and the coming back from death and the confirmed existence of the human soul, I'm questioning a lot of things about the way I look at the world.
So you're a Protestant?
A what?
Tim Tom looks at you confused.
Is that another word for cannibal?
You just overlay onto the camera a picture of
In a matter of
Sebastian's
speaking.
smile.
Sebastian was a Catholic, though.
No, it's
Glorious
Sebastian.
Spain.
It's Sebastian, but he's fucking frowning in red eyes.
Okay.
So
I'm just gonna take some deep breaths before completely recollecting myself and continuing to drive.
at this moment, about like 10 or so minutes pass, and you seem
In
to reach
complete silence, I'm sure.
a border checkpoint. Currently, right now, it's one of those.
A checkpoint, you say?
It's like a guard tower for the inner spire of the
Like
Crucible. which is-
law enforcement?
yes, law.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this severed leg and shove it under the seat.
Yeah, you arrive at this destination, and your comm basically says you arrived.
Did anyone clean the blood off the window?
No, we have
No.
not, but we're all
He's
severely
probably
wounded
actually
anyway,
dripping out the back of the
so...
fucking thing.
From out between these ranks of Spire Guard, you drive the vehicle to a stop, and it seems like they're waiting for one of you to get out to address them.
I'm going to unbuckle, put the vehicle in park, throw the door open, and swing my legs out of it and shakily come to my full height.
So, you navigate over towards this group of Spire Guard, which all have their weapons just kind of like in a relaxed setting. None of them are threatening you at all.
Yeah, this is a routine kind of thing.
As soon as you get up close to them, a group of 3 of them part, and you see a similar figure, the one that had basically given you your debrief in the waiting room, is waiting there for you. I see you all have completed your mission.
Affirmative.
You look for where?
Let's just say things went, tits up.
Well, even still, I did not expect you to... Is that a finger? And he's going to kind of like look over towards, almost kind of resting on your shoulder plate. There is like a severed, shredded human finger.
I'm gonna kind of turn my head towards it. Oh, I guess it is.
Flick it off.
I'm gonna flick it off.
He just kind of like crinkles her eyes. Well, my goodness, I'm going to need just a moment.
I'm going to let you know. We killed every last one of them. We did not intend for that to happen, but things escalated, and now they're all dead.
Did you at least salvage the information?
Yes, we have the objective.
Do you have it on hand?
Yari just slowly opening up his personal device and pulling out the memory box, so whatever it is.
Take that from you. I assume you want this back after we've salvaged what we can from it?
Yes, along with a new power cell. This thing got rather damaged.
Yeah, this individual who's definitely kind of like poshly garbed is going to go ahead and take this broken battery in a hand and just be like, you want this replaced? I'll see what I can do.
Tim Pop opens up the side of the box van. Hey, you think we could get some medical attention?
Kind of, like, sucks, like, kind of just, like, I don't even know how you, like, brings the lips down to the teeth and recoiling, like, sympathetic pain. It's just like, what happened to your arm?
Would you believe there was a suicide bomber?
Okay, I thought that this was just going to be a third-party interaction. Give me one moment, and she's going to turn around and begin fiddling with her comm unit.
Mm.
After about 10 seconds, she seems to answer a few rudimentary questions, like, is this really necessary, before, obviously saying yes. And then
I'm not the only one. We got a guy with a missing leg.
Raising her wrist, a holographic image splinters into life, and you see Neve's face. There's a moment as she seems to regard the situation and goes, well, that is certainly interesting. I take it the mission did not go as planned.
The mission was a success for the most part.
Well, in which case, I suppose we should talk about your reward, your compensation for acts rendered. Seems to continue looking over all of you. I know someone in this city that can fix you up, maybe even make you better. My treat?
Sounds like a plan.
And that will be the start.
That said, there were things that happened that I think we need to discuss.
First and foremost, take care of yourselves. You seem shaken. I need a full report.
That's the idea.
Seems to kind of give a curt nod. I'm sending my correspondent the details. She will direct you towards the location.
Very well.
The lithic light kind of flashes out, and immediately you hear a beep as this person seems to transfer over another fucking Boogle ping to your device.
Alright.
Yeah, are you just going to sit back into the passenger seat and ask, you said someone messaged you?
Yeah. Unknown number.
May I see it?
I take my comm unit off the side of my helmet and hand it over to your reach.
I am going to see if I can track down this number's origin.
Make a computer's check for me.
There we are.
You figure out that it is a spontaneously generated ID number, almost as if it were being used through a proxy software. The actual contact is unidentifiable, but you do get a sense that they use some kind of, basically... It's basically a software
NordVPN.
it's basically
NordVPN.
a private network or a private sort of software that allows them to spontaneously
browser.
generate an identification number.
Yeah, it's Gord VPN.
Gorge. Gorge.
Cut. I'm missing an arm.
Alright. So, I'm not going
Arms
to be
don't
able to
man the
find out
apple here.
who did this,
Gorge.
but they were using some sort of private network to encrypt this. Of course.
Think we should bother having a conversation?
No. I would not be able to even begin to glean useful information without knowing the code of the network they use first.
I'm saying, is it safe to text them back?
They are texted as. I see no reason that if they're gonna find us, the best we can do is basically get our own VPN.
This stream was brought to you by Gord VP.
I take my comm unit back from Yarreach and reattach it to my helmet. We have a doctor to visit.
Agreed.
Yarreach
As
is going
Karth
to
kinda,
begin
like-
plans on building a VPN
Yeah.
from the scratch.
So once we get on our way, I'm gonna let Yarreach know there is a severed leg under your seat.
Severed leg?
You can probably split.
Yarreach is going to look down and see a severed leg.
Hmm?
pull it out. See, a bite's been taken out of it.
You witnessed the bite get taken out of it. You passed out
Yeah.
from the fucking from the horror.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Yarish doesn't remember passing
Oh.
out.
At the bite of 87.
Don't think about it too much.
Okay. I just go and set the leg back
We
down.
need to make sure that it gets cremated or something.
I think that can be arranged, hopefully, maybe.
Because according to Tim Tom, there's no way that thing's getting put back on Ankos.
I agree that everything about it is split up. The best you can probably do is make a new leg from scratch.
It has the consistency of a rotted sack of potatoes.
Yes. But you can take part of some of the cells from it and start growing a new leg. That's the best you can do.
That's what the geneticists of Concordia might have done.
Makes sense. If you had super soldier programs, that would only make sense. You would be able to do that.
Depending on preference and utility, a Centurion's missing limb might have been replaced with either robotics or an organic replacement. Just came down to the situation.
Yeah.
Me, fortunately, I'm still stock factory specifications. No new parts.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
So,
Don't worry, I'm going to, once we have a little bit more scratch to our names, have them cut me open and replace some of those implants. Get things back up to snuff.
of course. So you all are going to make way towards this new pinged location.
Yep.
So deep within the depths of the undercity of this city, you drive another good 20 minutes towards this location. Eventually, whenever you make it there, it almost seems to be abandoned at first glance. The actual face of this building built into another subsect, maybe an abandoned abandoned habitat for presumably miners that work down here, is completely cleared out. The ping is leading you towards a specific location. So you all disembark carrying Ankos and head down
And his
until
leg.
you find a concrete staircase. You navigate down until you eventually find a large armored door.
I'm going to approach the armored door. And were we given instructions as to like a secret knock or anything like
No.
that? I'm just gonna pound on it a few times.
Yeah, no, you go ahead and knock on this door a good couple of times until eventually the slot at the top opens and you immediately see two very large yellow irises. I mean, it's massive, and you see the pupil inside is just almost like fucking dinner plates. Like, this thing has got huge eyes until it eventually slams shut. And you hear unlocking sounds.
Mm.
And then the door finally. And you see inside. Do any of you have culture?
Culture?
The
Go
unconscious
ahead.
guy does.
I actually have
Give
a
me
very
a
high
second.
culture. Could have rolled better, but
You identify this as a Strix. It is a almost like hunched over Strix individual. And you know Strix are essentially the primary species of House Mortis. You had actually met one at the gala, but you can think of them as almost winged elves with claws for legs. This one, in fact, has very large glasses that seem to almost make his eyes even bigger, and he's very curled over and kind of careening. Who all are you?
Neve sent us.
Of course he did. Come inside. He's going to kind of claw his way over into the central
Shambling
lodge.
in.
You see that there are a cluster of bunks all around this place. All of them seem
I imagine
fairly.
as Tim Tom walks in, he's holding fucking Ankos underneath his good arm like a fucking sack of potatoes.
Yeah, so as you all pass through this area, which almost seems to be a basically an abandoned section of the hab block, a bunch of dusty beds and bunks line the walls here. You proceed deeper inside until eventually he opens a secondary door set, and you find what appears to be a office with a large medicinal, table chair hybrid that seems to be craned over into a sitting position. And he kind of looks over towards the majority of you. Who do I work on first?
I say Ankos. Then Tim Tom.
Yeah, Tim Tom's gonna bring Ankos up.
And I'm gonna bring Angos' severed leg too.
Is going to look away from the leg.
So, do you just set this leg down in front of him on like a tray?
I'm gonna set it wherever Ankos is being laid.
So you lay him down in the seat and you set down the leg like on his lap, and he just looks over towards you and just goes, "Why? Put it back where you found it. I don't want it."
Well, it was attached to him.
He kind of picks it up and looks at it for a good few seconds. Did someone take a bite out of this?
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, he skitters over towards a trash bin on the other side and opens it up and just tosses the leg inside.
I shrug my shoulders and look towards the doctor. I did all I could.
He's going to wander back over towards Ankos and kind of put his fingers in that mesh position and extend out his arms to crack all of his fingers at once. So this one's missing a leg. Large amount of lacerations, 3rd-degree burns. Were you in an explosion?
Suicide
Yes.
bomber.
I've seen worse. And he's going to lean over towards his tray and begin assembling out tools, connecting him towards his medical brace and gauntlet.
Glad to hear
They seem
that.
to cycle into different options, and he is going to immediately set to work. First and foremost, I should immediately alert you. Neve has given you access to my lower level selection of equipment and augmentations. So he's going to lean over towards this tablet on a tray and hand you out a data pad. Browse these things for a moment while I work on your companion.
Well, if you're going to be cutting us open, might as well know your name.
Yeah, I just gonna look through.
I need to focus on my work. Please let me focus.
We're going to go to a different room.
Very
Let him
well.
focus.
Yeah, Tim Tom will shamble with the rest of the group.
So, you begin to hear sounds of, like, machinery and operating. What are you all doing in the other
I
room?
guess I'm going to browse through his selection of low-level augmentations.
So, you see there that the first and foremost are obviously prosthetic limbs. They seem to simulate the effects of the replaced arm or leg or various thing that needed to be replaced. Other than that, you actually find, and I will go ahead and post this, everything that Carthan, when he sees a severed limb, everything from level 1 to level 4.
Oh, cool. And this is stuff we'll have to pay for ourselves, or...
You don't know.
Interesting.
So, are we only getting one?
You
If
don't
we get-
know.
Voice encoder, huh?
You don't know.
Meanwhile, as all of this is happening, there's just the sounds of sterilization tools, saws flashing to life.
Damn, it's a shame that I can't ask him. I can't tell him exactly what I want because I'm thinking a hideaway limb sounds pretty fucking swanky.
Yeah, no, as you are being worked on, would you like to come to consciousness while this individual is working on you?
While coming to consciousness, no. Or while being worked on, no. I'm gonna wait.
Fair
Because
enough.
I feel like if I come to consciousness now, I'm just gonna be black out again unless he has me under anesthesia.
Yeah, he definitely has you under anesthesia. So do you want to come
Okay.
up woozy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
the first
I'll.
thing that you notice is the overall numbness in the lower portions of your body. Like, you cannot feel your left leg anymore. At all. No pain, no nothing. And whenever you open up your eyes, the first thing that you see are those, like, bottle goggles, those bottle glasses, that the giant yellow irises of this individual staring directly at you.
I'm just gonna. I guess I'll start the conversation by muttering, "Who the fuck are you?"
You are in a safe place right now, just 1 second. And you hear a... Damn it! He's going to lean over and replace his set of tools with another setup. Whilst you are conscious, he says, kind of with quotations, your friends are in the other room. They are also safe. I am currently working on you right now.
As he says, I kind of like try to search back through my recent memory and, put together a series of rushing images. And oh yeah, my leg was slammed underneath an I-beam. If I had to guess, that's probably why I'm here.
Exactly. Speaking of the damage to your body, they brought your leg along with you, but I threw it in the garbage.
How ceremonious, thank you.
Would you prefer to give it a funeral?
Not particularly.
Then garbage it is.
So
Cut me some slack. It's not like I've had an easy day.
while we're sitting around, I'm gonna take a 15-minute rest and spend a point to resolve to get my stamina back.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the fucking same.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I'll
here's
do
my
that.
question, right? Have we gotten paid at all for this job yet, or what?
As far as you are aware, you have not been paid yet, Angos.
So, in other words, I cannot afford any upgrade beyond just getting the.
Well, he hasn't even talked about the upgrades yet.
Oh,
Right
that's true.
Right now I'm installing some arterial shunts. As soon as you are
Wait,
in a
that's full
relatively stable
stamina.
position and you are not in any danger of undergoing infection, I'm going to set you down with a chart and you can pick out a few nice toys.
Yeah, that sounds nice. And I'm gonna lay my head back down and probably go back.
Yeah, about 5 minutes pass until you see what is very clearly being carried by a small robotic servant just kind of holding Ankos in its arms. Is going to gently set him into a chair nearby while you all are talking. And I imagine he wakes up. He is still missing his leg, by the way, but there are several signs that extensive work has been undergone. Like, the actual clothing of the area has been cut away. There are, like, dermal staplings and different implants that have been inserted into the fractured bone. That being said, though, you would wake up and be capable of discussing everything here.
I guess it's. Does Tim Tom get called back?
I imagine at this point, the same Strix is going to enter the room and point at you with one of his basically implanted medicinal glove tech, and he's going to do a drawing a fourth motion.
Tim Tom shudders forth.
You sit down in the chair and
Tim Tom immediately starts analyzing all of his equipment to make sure this man is up to snuff and isn't actually fucking us over.
you can give me a medicine check. All of your organs are missing. No. You get a broad sweep of all of his equipment, and it looks like he has a straight up cybernetic implant that has replaced his forearm with a variety of essentially different medical tools. Like, you can see his fingers kind of like splaying apart and turning into different sorts of things, like scalpels with replaceable blades and various components. He looks professional, eccentric.
Tim Tom looks at that. That's pretty neat.
If you would like, you could have one.
What all are its functions?
Oh, we'll get to that. As he kind of presses his hand into your arm, and immediately you feel 3 different stings as anesthetic is rendered to your system, and he begins working on the very same arterial shunts that he had given to Angos. About 5 minutes afterwards, everything is cleaned up. The wound is technically binded, basically keeping it clear of any infections. He's going to send you back out and going to make you look through the list and just kind of wait awkwardly while you start asking questions.
What kind of prosthetic would that be?
Oh, the shunts? They're
No,
not.
the one he has.
Oh, the one that he personally has is.
Well, not personally has, but like a.
No, you want his hand. Just joking. I would say that would probably be a. It would probably be a hideaway limb with a little bit more pricey because it's like technically a tool.
That kind of seems pretty fucking cool. The ability to have like, oh hey, here's a bunch of fucking medical equipment that I could use out in the field.
I will say that if you want to integrate your personal medicinal lab into a hideaway limb, I would say that that's something you can do.
Oh, abs, that sounds fucking cool as shit. Tim Tom has syringe fingers.
In addition to the various cybernetics, I also have a variety of personal upgrades available.
Yaich is going to look.
How are we?
The...
Wait, would Tim Tom be aware that we're not footing the bill on this?
He's going to kind of cross his arms, and as far as you're aware, like he hasn't talked about credits yet.
So, what's the pricing on this?
Neve has cleared you to some extent. I will vet the total cost of the materials you are implanting, and I will tell you yay or nay.
I just kind of looking at most of the stuff doesn't really interest him until he gets to the data jack, and he keeps.
By the way, just to inform all of you, personal upgrades will give you ability enhancements. You have access to the level 3 technology variety.
Yeah, level 3 and 4.
Well, on personal upgrades, it's 3, 7, and 14.
Yeah.
So let me ask you. I know you can only have 3, and they can't all be of the same version number. But could you upgrade them all up to 3 eventually?
No, you have to have a Mark 1, a Mark 2, and a Mark 3. So you have to choose which ability scores.
But it says you can upgrade a Mark 1 into a Mark 2 or a Mark 2 into a Mark 3.
Of course, you can upgrade them, but you can't, like, upgrade all 3 of them to Mark 3. You can upgrade, say, if you implant a Mark 1, you can upgrade it to a Mark 3.
Okay. So, basically, hypothetically, if I had a Mark 1, a Mark 2, and a Mark 3, and I wanted to upgrade my Mark 1, would I have to downgrade the Mark 2?
No, so the purpose of it is essentially saying if you have, like, a Mark 1 and a Mark 2, you could upgrade the Mark 1 to a 3, or you could upgrade the Mark 2 to a 3, but you can't have the same model number twice.
Okay. Even through upgrades, you can't do that.
Yeah, it just lets you say if you have a Mark 1 and you want to get a Mark 2, then you can upgrade that Mark 1 into a Mark 2. But you can't upgrade it if there's already a Mark 2 there.
Fair. All right.
I think I got a general idea of what I would want.
He's kind of clicking his fingers together. Big
Well,
old eyes staring at the majority of you.
Well, I need a new hand.
That much is obvious.
Well, new arm. Say, and Tim Tom pulls out one of his you think you could set up something similar to that where I could integrate a biolab, like the
Yeah, he's
medical
going to
lab?
twist his arm, and you watch as a bunch of medicinal tools basically just spread out his fingertips. Like mine?
Yeah.
I can do that. And he's going to twist it, and all of the tools are going to recede back.
And then I have one more thing.
Hmm?
Do you have anything that could help make my shot a little better?
Your shot? Like aim?
Yeah.
Well, we have technical research, reflex boosters. That'd be along the lines of the personal upgrades.
What would it be called?
It's a personal upgrade. It's
No, the technical?
well, technical, material-wise, it's a synaptic accelerator Mark 1.
Would it be possible to get those two together?
Should be fine, yeah.
He's just gonna... We're not paying for this. This goes
No.
to her, right?
Yes, this is footing on her bill. I give validation. She told me her price range.
I guess Tim Tom will go with the cybernetic arm with the mobile medicine lab and all those cool little doodahs and make his shooting a little better.
So he's going to kind of smile and note down your order.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Very well.
Harry's just going to.
Your tobacco inhalation can be enhanced with the Iron Lung upgrade.
Iron lung.
The iron butt.
No.
Just real bad.
It itches.
Christ.
So.
Aren't any of you...
I mean, I guess if nobody else is gonna,
I'm still looking at a lot of this stuff.
I know what I want already. I am gonna get a hideaway compartment inside of my new prosthetic leg. I'm not looking to really do anything else crazy.
Yeah, Yarj is about the same, and most he would want might be a data
Data jack.
yeah.
Yeah, no, he's going to kind of smile once again. He's going to.
So any upgrades the party gets at this point is the bill's going to get flipped by.
Yeah, as far as you're aware, you basically just
Okay.
pause out what upgrades you want, and he'll tell you yay or nay.
That's the most Yarj wants, and mostly
I
because
saw
it's
something I liked,
non-intrusive.
but I
I
lost it.
might get an upgrade.
By
Personal
Maybe.
upgrade, but what kind?
I'm not
What
sure.
part of yourself do you want to be more efficient?
Oh, there it is.
My abilities seem to be a bit lacking.
Of what variety?
I need to think.
Let me test something real quick. So the base level 1 personal upgrades are only going to give us a +2 to the ability score.
Yes.
So I need to figure out which one would benefit me the most to pound onto. That's not bad.
One missing the leg.
I guess it
What are
doesn't-
you thinking?
I imagine
Okay,
this upgrade would
Uh,
probably be
I'm gonna tell him that I just want a concealed storage compartment in my new limb.
That would make sense. I'll do that.
You don't want a personal upgrade?
I mean, I guess I'll take one as an additive. Yeah.
Seems to kind of click his fingers together once again.
So
What ability?
So what's the
do you
difference
find
between the
least
ability crystal
satisfactory?
and the
So
synaptic
right
accelerators?
now, this individual is only offering technological items. He's not offering you magitech, biotech, or any of the magic or hybrid personal upgrades.
Okay,
The,
so
d-
it's
the
just
difference the difference
synaptic
is basically
accelerators.
like the origin. technically, Synaptic Accelerator is just one name for them. He will tell you what variety that you're going to be getting once you've told him. So, coded one. Which ability do you want enhanced?
Okay, well, I see the, fucking level.
Do you want to move faster, like the bear?
Survivability.
So you're thinking you want to be tougher?
Yes.
Well, I have a nociception regulator on standby, but it's a bit finicky. We can work it out. So, you want a limb that you can hide things in, like your weapon?
I was thinking either that or a small storage compartment, but maybe a quick eject holster to be the worst thing ever.
Well, there is a weaponized prosthesis.
Yeah, but I can't really imagine how my choice of weapon makes a leg.
Well,
Yes.
if you get a gun built into your forearm, they're gonna have a hell of a time disarming you.
Oh, keep in mind the weaponized prosthesis is it's
I'm back.
it's a bit different. So, let me just say that if you are looking for a hidden implant, you would want a quick draw hideaway limb, because then it could recede into the limb that you're replacing. The prosthesis is very obvious.
Yeah, I
You want a
wouldn't.
gun sticking out of your arm for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I would say that'd be a
Who
bit
wouldn't want
much.
that?
Now, if you are interested in the quick draw hideaway limb, I'm afraid that is one of the modifications I cannot give you. It's a bit out of your price range.
Ah.
But, if you want a storage compartment, a place for your pistol or hidden items, if you want to sneak something in, the hideaway limb would suit your needs.
That sounds like do.
And it would replace your missing leg.
Right, I figure I might as well kill two birds with one stone here.
He smiles. Your personal upgrade, though, you wanted to be hardier?
Yeah, I'm kind of tired of getting roughed up. Really.
Kind of ponders hand in hand. You seem like like an individual who wants to be sneaky and stealthy. I figure the best that you could probably do, and this is just my professional DM meta advice, is to upgrade your dexterity.
Alright.
If you want Constitution, what'll end up happening is you'll have 1 extra point of health per level, and you'll get shot and die again. If you want to start building towards actual combat stats and enhancing your already pretty decent dexterity score, like your dexterity-based skills, you want dexterity.
Alright, then what do you have for that?
Well, of course, the namesake, as I was going to give to the bear, synaptic accelerators, should just help you in general react to things in a much more timely manner. More control
I'm
of
not
your
sure which
logic.
upgrade I'd want to get.
Alright, well, I'll take
Do
that
I
then.
pump up strength, dexterity, or constitution?
Kind of collapse just a little bit. Now keep in mind this is one of 3 varieties of upgrades. Maybe in the future we can work out a deal,
We'll get there when we get there.
Of course.
So it's at this point I'm going to put down the data pad I was browsing through these upgrades on. I've decided what I need done.
Oh, of course. 1 second, I'm just charting down his implants. Just 1 moment, he's tapping away on his little data pad. That should be appropriate. And he's going to go ahead and sled it down until eventually, he seems satisfied. And he turns over to you. And what are you looking for?
Need 2 things. Speed suspension minimal. And synaptic accelerators for my dexterity.
The speed suspension. Speed suspension is a interesting choice. What made you think of that?
Feel like I could be getting a little bit more use out of my mobility that I'm not getting.
Very well. We have several tendon reinforcers. We should be able to make you faster in the long run.
Excellent.
Marks you
And
down for that. Did
I
you want a
s-
personal upgrade? What else did you need?
yes, the synaptic accelerators.
Do you want to move faster?
Want to be able to aim better, react to things more quickly.
He kind of nods. 3 synaptic accelerators. I never thought I'd see so many of them slid off my shelves.
I should tell you, I have pre-existing augmentations already underneath my subcutaneous skin.
That is very good to know. I need to know of what... He seems to almost pause. I need to get a comprehensive scan before I work on you. In any case, I have you jotted down for these things.
Great.
And he seems to look back at his little tablet, and he kind of cringes a little bit. I'm sorry. I know I said it was okay, but the speed suspension's a little much. It's a bit off of her pay grade.
I kind of raise my hands. Alright. Synaptic accelerators alone will do.
He kind of nods and gives you a thumbs up. Very well. You look more kitted than the others anyway.
Well, this kit comes at the cost of my movement speed.
Very well. Hopefully the accelerators help you in the long run.
Definitely make my hands a little less shaky while I'm trying to get a good shot off.
Kind of nods. So we have the detective, the moth, the soldier. He looks over towards the almost monkish looking individual. I don't think we've talked yet, have we?
Oh wait, there's a memory module attached to the back of my head. You might want to use that
Yeah, he seems to blink for a second. Another scan before a procedure is engaged. Sure. He's going to point towards Vaco. What did you want?
Well, to be honest, after getting all these recent scraps, I'm not sure my natural abilities are all it's cut out to be. As much as it stings my
I just
pride, I might
realized
have to
this probably was
get an
not
upgrade
on
somewhere. To upgrade my strength, my reflexes, my vigor.
It's your choice.
Admit, I don't know.
These things aren't necessarily permanent and are just the first stage of upgrades.
Okay, I guess like out of characters, like I'm not sure which one to get.
Oh, what's your class dependent stat?
Charisma.
Yeah, charisma. It's only a 14. So
If you upgrade that, you'll get more resolve.
true.
He has a lot of resolve already.
I now have 4 points thanks to that input.
Yeah.
He also
Like I could probably be more okay spending resolve as we get like a higher level.
I mean, I guess it just it just
But-
depends. What stat do you want to see enhanced the most? Do you want to be able to beat people harder, aim better? Keep in mind that these affect your skills too.
Yeah.
Maybe you'd like to be a little bit more resistant.
I mean, it wouldn't be bad. Just fuck, I
I'm
don't
going
know.
to go grab something.
Like my
to
stats
snack
are
on.
so spread out. It's
Not a
just
bad thing.
Hmm.
Maybe hit up your constitution to balance it between everything that you've got. That way, whenever you hit 5th level, you can apply a +2 bonus to strength, dex, con, and charisma, and have them all kind of at the same level.
All right.
I mean, that's just a choice. You can do whatever you like.
And I guess I tend to get in fights a fair amount, so like a better strength score for melee would be good.
You think in strength then?
Yeah, but also like better
And
dexterity. 'cause,
remember,
like,
at next
I kinda
level,
built
we
this
get
around
to
stealth.
boost 3 ability scores again. So
Tell you what, I will give you more time to think about it. He's going to point towards Carthan. Are those blood stains on your mouth?
Bad fight.
Okay, anyway, I'm not going to prod anymore. What were you thinking?
I would like to be more hardy.
He kind of seems to ponder for a bit. I'm already using a lot of personal upgrades. Do you have anything maybe that I could have? And this is me kind of saying, your wealth is already getting like reasonably close to 6,000, which is the wealth for a level 4 character. If you want to try and trade off to get a personal enhancement, you can.
Uh, yeah, no, Carthen will hold up his hands. I understand. Send to the others.
I mean, this is just me speaking, but you have a fairly nice pistol. And he's going to kind of turn over towards the others. Very well, the others can have more time to think. Let us begin with the most wounded. And he's going to point towards Ankos.
I mean, if it would mean that, somebody else can get their upgrades, I'm okay with deferring mine.
No. You should have a wealth of 6,000. You're still at 5,000, by the way, which you'll get more money later on.
All right.
All right, so, like I said, you. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, you can't get up. He's going to rush over and have his robotic assistant help you back to the operating room. So, the next, I would say probably hour and a half is spent on installing a hideaway limb and synaptic accelerators into Ankos Orion. What do the rest of you do while you're just chilling?
I don't know. I guess, shit, let me look at my notes and see if I have anything I want to talk about with the group, because I did take some notes.
By the way, Tyler, you could get a personal enhancement to, like, your intelligence or your dexterity.
Karth is being... Sorry, yeah, no, fucking Ankos is being worked on, so I can't fucking talk with him. Yeah, no, I guess I don't have anything of much import to do right now.
Neither really do I. I'm just gonna take a nap.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna kind of like fucking try not to fall asleep as I'm at 1 point of fucking health, hanging on by a thread.
Eventually, Ankos, would you like to be put unconscious for this thing?
I feel like that's probably the smart thing to do.
So, about an hour and a half passes. When you wake up, go ahead and give me a laydown. How smooth do you want this hideaway limb to be? Do you want it to be like an obvious cybernetic implant? Or do you want it to be something a bit more like skin level?
I would say as natural as possible.
So it won't be completely natural because there will be seams and various signifiers that it is synthetic. But when you do wake, it's almost like you have your old leg again. Still, ripped pants, because of course your leg did come off. But
right.
Look down, you do see a very human-like leg that has several different lines that run down it, signifying that there are seams in the flesh.
Okay.
And, as promised, and he kind of reaches up towards your head and kind of cradles it just a little bit, and you almost seem to feel cloth binding the back of your skull. I have administered those synaptic accelerators. It will take maybe a day or two to heal.
I keep my hand on the, I guess the surgical maybe a bit long and then take it off and yeah, thanks, I appreciate it.
Try not to trip over yourself.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
It can take a
Fucking
day or two
Tyler.
to get used to that.
Yeah, shit, I don't know. I'm used to it, honestly.
That scared the pee out of me.
You okay there, Tyler?
Find a spider?
No! A screw just fell out of my ceiling fan!
Oh,
Oh.
fun.
That's not good.
Well, okay, you're a mechanic, fix it.
You just hear crashing sound.
Ceiling
Rather
fan
amusing.
Anyways.
You are going to try and shakily stand up on the limb, and he is going to basically hastily remind you that you are not, like, you're not used to it yet. So, again, try not to trip over yourself. Here is a cane. He is going to give you a stick.
I
Go
guess
sit
I
outside in the
will.
lobby with your friends. Send the soldier in, actually.
I will slowly reach out and grab the cane and take it and begin hobbling into the
Oh
waiting
yeah, my
room.
piloting skill increases because this is implant. That's cool. I think soldier doesn't. Okay.
And
At
I
least I
will.
know where the
Ankos
screw cane
hobbles
was.
into the waiting area.
And then I'll sit down and tell 447 that you're expected.
All right, let's get this over with.
So you're going to go ahead and
Yep.
sit down in the chair, and immediately he already has scanning equipment all over you. Do you want to go unconscious for this?
That's probably for the better.
Alright, you wake up about an hour and 30 minutes later. Presumably the rest of the party is just sleeping at this
So, are
point.
we also getting worked on medically while these implants are applied, or?
Yeah, I'll apply it once it's all over.
Okay.
Alright, so, actually I'll apply it now. Inkos, you would presumably get back, you are level 4, so 9 points of HP.
Alright.
And as you are being worked on, also as well 9 points of HP, Centurion.
Okay. Works for me.
When you awake, your helmet has been basically put aside, but this individual seems to just not even give a shit.
Yeah, fair enough.
He assures you that these reflexes being enhanced will kind of trip you up for a bit, but you kind of remind yourself that you had to get used to not having as good a reflexes as you used to.
Yeah.
So it might actually be an upgrade in terms of, going back to your old way of life.
That's how I'm viewing this. So let me ask you, did you have to take the old ones out, or how did that work?
I found the old ones, and he's going to kind of make mention towards basically a set of, almost looks like a wire wrap sitting on a disposal, like, hazardous tray. They were completely non-operational. I've never seen augmetics like that before.
Well, they do likely belong in a museum, so that would make sense.
Do you want to keep them? I don't think that they'll do
I'm
much good.
not particularly attached to them,
He is
especially
going
not recently.
He's going to hit a button and they're going to slide over and empty into the trash can. Alright, very well. Get up, be careful, go sit down, have some rest. Send the next person in.
Very well, thank you, Doctor. And with that, I'm gonna grab my helmet off of the nearby table and slip it back over my head.
Always a pleasure. He's going to kind of adjust his goggles just a little bit.
Oh, actually, as I'm leaving,
I'll-
I'm gonna
I
turn
guess I'll
back.
head in
I'm
now.
gonna turn back towards it. Who do you want next?
Just pick one.
Okay, I'm gonna walk back in. I'm gonna
Vaku
look
is
at
all.
Vaku. You're up.
Alright.
He is going to, you walk into the office. Did you decide on what you wanted?
After much deliberation, I've finally thought about it.
What do you want?
I'd like to be stronger.
Very well. Did you want anything else?
What else could I possibly get?
Well, let me think for a moment. You have room for basically 1,000 credits worth of implantations. If you
Can we
want
get another
it.
ability score upgrade?
You do not have the capacity to get a Mark II, so no.
So
he's going to kind of wave you aside and just say, I am certain you and Neve will work out your reward later on. Let's get these implants in.
Alright, let's do this.
No, not
Okay.
Yuri just
Yuri
stepped into the
pushes
room.
Vaku out of the chair. Alright, Dr. Crow me the fuck out.
Crow me the fuck out. So you sit down in a chair, and eventually he pulls out what appears to be a case of different implants that he's managed to garner. These hypertrophy accelerators should help you exert more of a physical presence. You might notice more muscle bulk once you've woken up. I hope that's not a problem.
it shouldn't be too much of a downside.
Very well. He sticks you in the neck with a needle and makes you pass out. When you wake, it's strange. You feel, I don't know, maybe tighter is the wrong word, but it definitely feels like there's a tightness in the muscles just all around your body. It almost feels like they are definitely responding quicker to your movements. You feel more physically capable. These hypertrophy accelerators basically make you a lot hardier and increase your strength score by 2 points.
Huh. Strength. It's odd.
Like I said, you may want to go and, I don't know, look at yourself later on just to see if maybe you'd want to redistribute some of that mass, but you should have a more impressive appearance. In any case, watch out. Don't trip over yourself. Same advice I give to your 2 companions. Go and have a
Alright.
seat in the lobby, and I will be with you shortly.
Tim Tom been worked on yet?
He has not. He's just been sitting there resting without his arm.
I'm gonna kind of look at Tim Tom. Wait a minute. How come we didn't have him worked on next? He's missing an arm.
So is this the first stage of the Buff Vaku arc?
Yes.
Vaku.
You're gonna be looking like a WWE actor by the time it's all said and done.
You've definitely kind of gone from like Roadrunner level mass to Hawk level mass.
What's your strength score out of curiosity?
It's 15.
Nice.
Mine's at 15.
Mine's 12.
It's actually my highest ability score now.
Wait, that's your highest ability score?
My
Yeah, my charisma's
highest
14.
score is con at 18.
My intelligence is 18.
My
Like I
strength
said,
and
I
my-
distributed everything really evenly at the beginning, which
My wisdom and charisma are fucking trash.
Oh yeah, I have a 10 in all my mental stats.
He has a 6 wisdom.
Oh. Yeesh.
oh no.
You ever wondered why Matt makes such bad fucking decisions?
There we go.
I mean, to be fair, it reflects the real Matt quite well.
Yeah.
I actually kind of did do this. Like, Tim Tom's book smart. He's not very street smart.
Alright, so, Tim Tom, do you stroll into the office?
If someone wakes him up.
Yeah, I'm gonna kinda nudge Tim Tom awake. I think it's about time you got rearmed.
But I have my rifle right here. Ah! Oh.
Arthur's eyes roll on like
I get it. Because I'm missing an arm. I can still
Yeah.
feel it though.
Don't-
It's actually really weird.
I don't have all night. It's been
Phantom pain.
Quite
it's
some
been
time.
4.5 hours.
I guess Tim Tom will stand up.
You can see that he's basically just like quickly eating a lunch and scarfing something down and like kind of just definitely taking a break in between all of this.
Or Tim Tom goes in, he pops himself in the leg with a fucking morphine.
Okay, well, I have my own medicinal grade. Whatever. Let's just hope you don't overdose. And as you sit down, he is going to jab you. So, you pass out. When you awaken... Let me go ahead and quickly do this. When you awaken, there's definitely a jittering, tingling feeling of having the nerves in your arms reconnected. And when you look over to your new implant, do you want it to be very obvious you have a cybernetic arm? It's going to be
That'd
kind
be
of hard.
badass.
It's going to be very difficult to have a fur-covered arm. So I'm going to say, in your state, because of your unique physiology, you are not capable of getting like a bear arm.
That's fine.
Corporate level technology.
You could make it
That's
look like a
fine.
human arm.
I imagine it's like that stainless steel.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Do you want like the skeleton vibe or?
Terminator.
Sure. The skeletal stainless steel.
Like the Terminator arm.
Pretty much. You basically just got that, but there are a lot of compartments and bulked out pieces. And whenever you lift it up to your face, trying to get an idea, you'll have to get used to issuing a mental command to get the compartments to open and the right tools to cycle. And as he seems to click something on his table, evidently it is still connected to whatever software is monitoring it from his chair. You watch your hand split into sections, your fingers fold back as a fucking rotary saw just starts buzzing. And then it
Saw.
goes back into the compartment, and you see several syringes with opening ports, and it is essentially your custom microlab fitted into your arm.
Syringes. Or not syringes. I think scalpel.
Yeah, scalpel, and you just try to memorize that command, and your front finger splits down the middle, and immediately a razor-sharp knife comes out of the fucking index finger.
Cranial drill.
You're having too much fun with this.
Splitting out from between your fingers, kind of like a central Wolverine claw, singular drill head.
On the flip side of this, if Tim Tom wasn't such a pussy, he'd be a terrifying interrogator now.
Oh yeah.
All of these things, by the way, are replaceable and cleanable, just in case.
Modular system.
Yeah,
Cool.
you can upgrade this as you kind of go about your business. He's
Cool.
made it that way. So it kind of gets you up. Now remember, synaptic accelerators, don't fall over, don't trip, don't you hit your head on the way out. I am not compensating you for that. Get out and bring in the next one.
So that what boosts my dex by 2?
Yes, so don't even worry about it, I've already applied it.
So once Tim
I
Tom,
don't-
oh, don't you get some health back too?
Yes, you should get back 9 points of health.
I don't see. Really?
Oh, it's already applied, so you have a dexterity of 14
So
now.
once the doctor comes back in with his big ol' fucking chrome arm, I'm gonna kind of whistle. Wow, he really treated you nice, didn't he? He must like you.
Tim Tom looks at you. I think bone saw.
The saw comes out, that rotary saw begins whirring.
Damn, kind of jealous.
Kind of neat.
That being said, the skeletal appearance of this arm mimics your bear's unarmed enhancement abilities. So it
Okay.
is still sharp.
Well, I would say this is an absolute upgrade.
I think I have had it for today, and he's going to proceed out of the door. The other two of you, I will administer some brief medical attention, but we will handle your implants tomorrow.
Understood.
So he's going to walk over and begin basically giving you some things to tide you over, restoring 9 hit points to the both of you.
I'm gonna roll to attack real quick just to see what the modifiers change to.
Nope.
No, I just want to see what the
You
modifiers
can do a
change.
private roll so that only you can see
The
it.
arm just spasses out and decapitates this doctor.
Private roll.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
So, you all go ahead, get some basic medical treatment. Go to sleep. There are bunks here that I had already previously described. You all are just going to have to wait in the cold confines of this doctor's office.
Now that we have a moment and we're all healed and it's fucking quiet, I think we need to fucking talk about some things as a party.
Like what I could imagine.
Like, what the... You, for instance, have not been briefed as to what actually is going on. You just kind of rematerialized mid-mission.
Secondly,
True.
you knew about the king's the
Oh,
emperor's
we'll get to that.
assassination.
So, first of all, I'm going to explain to Ankos that after we landed on this planet, we were briefly arrested and detained by,
Nava.
well, yeah, I know her
Okay.
name, but I mean the Dominion, basically.
The
And,
Draconis Dominion.
yeah, the Draconis Dominion. I just call them the Dominion.
Yeah, that's fine. You can
And,
call it Dominion.
We were detained by the Dominion briefly because we're wanted war criminals. And they ended up finding out about our involvement in recent events, shall we say. But they believe we're innocent and want to help us bring to light the true perpetrator of the events that caused this burgeoning war. So we are now working with our employer Neve to find 202 and bring her to justice. And that's
Oh.
that's our employer now. This is our partnership. And that's why we had to go to that warehouse to get that info, because she needed it. So hopefully that brings you up to speed as to who we're working for and what our mission is.
I would say it does.
And one other thing, Ankos.
Right.
You remember the gala, I'm sure.
Fairly well, I suppose. Maintained
Right.
some brain injuries in the...
And, you remember when Doomtread showed up to get us out of there?
Right.
He picked you up first, right?
I think he did.
Because I remember being picked up myself by Doomtread, and you were already in the canopy. So you remember him picking me up, right?
Yeah, he saved both of us. Drove off to the last second, if that's how I think it happened.
Let me ask you, when he was picking me up, did you happen to see any corpses around that had been shot?
I do fairly distinctly remember seeing one in the tower, the King of House Baldur.
Right, so you see the acting King of House Baldur dead, and me spazzing out on the ground. Did it occur to you to tell me that I had killed the acting King of House Baldur? Because I just found out.
I thought this conversation had come up before.
We straight up have not talked about this.
I feel like it was said at least once that we got caught next to the dead body of the acting king that 202 killed.
Oh, well, yeah, actually, I got caught next to the dead body of the king, but you never once told me it was me who did it.
You did it? I thought 202 did it. I thought she killed him. I'm misremembering events. I thought that she had killed the king and then was about to kill you, and then all the story happened.
No, she has a high-level psionic ability that basically
So when you were tripping out, she made you kill him?
Yes.
Well, okay, by that logic, you're still innocent. You were tricked into it.
I know. I just thought you would have put two and two together and saw that his dead body was next to me who was tripping out.
There was a lot happening. Excuse me for not getting this detail. That was, as we would call, a very busy day.
Yeah, okay.
And once again, either way, it's trivial about the exact hands that it was her intent that...
Oh, I know. I just, you know, thought you saw me do it, more or less.
Nope, I did not see you do it. I can say that with a fair amount of confidence.
Okay, fair enough.
He saw the aftermath. And
well, yeah, he saw the aftermath, so I figured he'd be able to, you know, backwards deduce, oh shit.
At that point, there was a gap in sessions, and I didn't think about the fact that you were in your right state of mind for a hot minute.
Okay, alright, well, I just figured we would talk about that.
Yeah, sorry.
Secondly, who the fuck was that guy?
Right, well, we still need to talk to Neve about that. We're going to have to level with her that there is someone who's coming after us and sent a suicide bomber to finish us off.
That knows about
At which point you say suicide bomber and I perk up and say, a fucking what now?
Oh, right, you were already out cold for that. Well, after we'd taken care of the gangers, there was a surprise visitor. Some kid who was claiming to be our biggest fan. Turned out he had an explosive device strapped to his chest.
That
didn't immediately set you off.
Oh, we didn't realize it was strapped until it was too late.
Yeah, Tim Tom looks at his new cybernetic arm. Honestly, I'm surprised I got away with this little damage.
Truth be told, your leg
arm falls off.
Your old leg would probably still be attached instead of in a trash bin if it weren't for that. That I-beam wouldn't have pinned you if that explosive didn't go off.
Secondly, he wasn't aware that he had a bomb strapped to his chest.
I kind of
So
twirl.
I'm
my comm unit around my fingers. Also got a mysterious text from someone
Means
probably
we're being watched.
connected to that incident.
So somebody's been observing us close enough to know when we're in a compromising position, and also has the assets and manpower to send in suicide bombers after us.
Not to mention, find out our contact information.
Who
That person
also
possesses much more
managed to
information on us.
manipulate an individual without them realizing they had a bomb strapped to their
Right.
chest.
They're a master manipulator with great connections. Yes, I love knowing less about an adversary than they know about me.
So here's what I'm thinking, Akos. I'm gonna put my comm unit on the table and open up the text message. Do we have a conversation with this thing?
Well, I
think
mean,
we're in a safe enough spot, say.
Would you like to hear my opinion? Because it's not good.
Well, let's hear it, Doctor.
So, we're being observed. An individual who's watching us. They clearly know that we're called the Deathless. More than likely, they know exactly where we are now. 2, they manipulated a young adolescent. They manipulated a guy with a bomb who did not realize at the time he had a bomb strapped to him. He knew exactly where we were and came in exactly whenever we got done fighting at our weakest.
Psychic manipulation? Want to bet your bottom dollar we've met before?
I've honestly been kind of thinking about that on the way back. I don't like the implications. I think your old friend might be attempting to pay us a visit.
I'm thinking the same thing. Speaking of my old friend, Doctor, remember when you shot up that stimulant to make it through the combat?
Not really. I kind of blacked out for a little bit.
Well, you did.
Oh.
You went a bit crazy, but that's aside from the point. You did what you had to, and you took out quite a few of them because of it. But that's not
what?
Crazy.
But that's not why I'm bringing it up. Whenever you were on that, what'd you call it, venom, your eyes turned to cyan blue, snake-like slits. A lot like her eyes now. Wonder what the connection is. Maybe she's on venom.
Tim Tom's gonna think a minute because Tim Tom knew that certain crime syndicate families had strong relations with the production and distribution of venom. Tim Tom's gonna kind of sit there. It's like, I'm spitballing here, but do you think it's possible she might be working with a greater crime syndicate?
Could be. I'd believe it. Organized crime can only benefit from the two largest galactic powers fighting with one another, right?
it'd make a smuggling business really go through the roof.
Maybe we have something of a motive as to why she's doing this now.
Why? Like beyond
let's
that.
think about this. Concordia's no more. She no longer has a sense of loyalty or purpose. And by nature, I knew her well enough to know that in those kinds of circumstances she would become nothing if not self-serving. Perhaps she would have found an attractive deal in these crime syndicates, and starting this war as a way to reap in as much profit as possible.
Something to note, 447. You were technically the leader of your squad.
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of like an unofficial thing, but whenever you received debriefs or essentially reports of your progress or status, they did discuss the process of, or the possibility of rebellion, and they did mark that 202 was the most likely to turn rogue.
And besides, I remember the personnel reports I had to go through. 202 was easily the most likely of insubordination out of any of my squad mates. It's just her nature.
Great. So there's a highly strong possibility that 202 could potentially be on planet.
We don't have any solid proof, but the fact that you took a drug from a crime syndicate that turned your eyes that color and pattern, the same that she has, a drug linked to these crime syndicates, I'm very willing to believe that she's gotten involved with them somehow.
And an individual who potentially used some sort of unknown brainwashing stuff to manipulate a child into bringing a bomb to us.
This has her number written all over it.
Are you just tempted to type
Tim
in...
Tom's gonna walk... Is there like a window with like blinds and shit? Tim Tom's gonna walk up and like look through the window and just kind of like observe, see if you can see anything that might look mildly suspicious.
Yeah, you have to look through the peephole in the door because technically you're underground, and all you see is the flat concrete wall of the stairway.
Yarch is tempted to type in, "Have a wonderful day, 202."
Let's not get cocky. We have no grounds to be.
There's no solid
Fair.
proof that our hypothesis is correct, but we have an idea now. Now the question remains, I'm going to gesture towards my comm unit. What do we do with this? Leave it as it is, or start a
Is
conversation?
going to. Well, I don't have
Well-
my personal tablet. I can start writing up a program that'll probably be able to protect us from this again.
Honestly,
I'm just
it's either
wondering
going to
if-
work or it's not going to.
I'm just wondering if we should reply.
And if we reply, more than likely, if a response is given, the response is either going to be cryptic, something. We're not going to get much information out of it, but there's a possibility we could get information. Ask questions, don't answer. Find out what their responses are. Use that to get some sort of
Bearing?
profile. Bearing. Bear. This has been a terrible day.
No
But
kidding.
maybe get some sort of profile on who or what potentially we're dealing with. It's not even a possibility that, because Yarich said that it was generated through a random, like a VIP. We might not even be able to respond back. The other side might be closed.
Well, one way to find out.
What do you say?
Yarch
I'm
is
just
going
going
to
to
type
type-
in.
It's my comm unit. I'm gonna reach for it myself.
You're just like leaning over you to try and
And
type.
what are you doing? You've got your own.
Not at the moment.
I'm gonna pick.
Tim Tom pulls out one of his and pulls out a game. Fucking Crafto Miner, and just hands it to
God.
Yarich.
No, it's crypto miner.
Crypto miner.
Yeah.
Minecrypt.
Yeah, mind crypt, and he just hands it to Yarich. Here, there, go.
Yarch is going
God.
to play game for maybe 5 minutes,
Like giving a
then
child
heads
a
out
tablet.
and start writing
So
programs.
I'm going to type in 202 ? And hit reply.
You have to wait for a bit until eventually you get a message back saying, "How could you tell?" Question mark.
Call it
Are
a
you-
hunch.
The next message that you get back is, "I'm surprised you made it to Castellum, and you're working with an Inquisitor. What would our past employers think?"
Given they aren't around anymore, I'm not sure it's worth discussing.
And I start writing the program for the VIP.
Tim Tom doesn't notice that you're. Tim Tom still thinks you're playing fucking games on his phone.
You can give me a computer's check, Yarich.
And after I send basically it's not worth thinking about, I'm gonna send a follow-up message. Figured that little gift might have been from you. Seemed your style. How else would someone not know they have a bomb strapped to their own chest?
The only response that you get, "The clock is ticking, and it's not the bomb."
I'm just gonna reply, "Be seeing you."
You get like one of those, what's the word? Greater than 3?
like an ASCII heart.
Yeah.
Tim Tom is kind of sitting there like, "Oh, I assumed you got some replies there."
It's 202.
Oh, great.
We
I
were
mean, she's on planet.
we were absolutely right. That suicide bomber was her doing. Now, the crime syndicate connection, still to be proven. but we at least know where our adoring fan came from.
Do you think we should alert our
Oh, we're absolutely going to talk with Neve about this as soon as we can.
Woo! Look, I'm not gonna lie. This has been a really bad day. I am. Tim Tom's gonna like.
I'm gonna try to raise Neve on the comm right now if I can.
You go ahead. However, you do realize that like you don't have a comm connection to Neve.
Ah, shit.
Tim Tom's gonna open up the front door, look around. His goal is to find a
Ooh.
liquor store.
Oh my god.
Not
God
again.
fucking damn it.
This is a bad day for him, damn it! Let him forget!
You open the door and
Is
you
it
proceed
ever a
up
good
the
day for
concrete
you?
staircase.
Yeah.
So the first thing that you notice is a drop. A singular drop of moisture hit your face. And then another one.
Tim
It
Tom.
begins to lightly rain.
I thought you were gonna say you look up, he's being pissed on.
I thought it was gonna be a
I
drooling
thought it was gonna be like one of those
xenomorph.
horror scenes where you look up and it's like a drop of blood, look up, mangled corpse.
No. No, but if you want, there could be thousands of them up there. Anyway. So you start to notice that inside such a massive cavern system as this, there is like weather and condensation, and it seems like moisture has built up on the secondary layer that's so far above you that is beginning to simulate a light rainfall.
Nice. I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna look for like a convenience store or a liquor store.
So you're going to
So,
proceed
you know,
down-
from our perspective,
Tim Tom.
from
Tim
our
Tom-
perspective, Tim Tom just said, "Hold on a second," and started walking out the door. I'm just gonna perk up. Where the hell are you going?
Tim Tom like stops. I've had a really bad day.
Okay.
I think we all have.
So where are you going?
Doing some looking about.
We're not letting you go alone. That's a rule.
Fair enough.
Alright.
Anyone want to come with?
I guess I'll get up and be like, yeah, sure, I need to test this new leg out. I'll go with you.
So you all are going to start striding out.
I
Yeah,
guess myself and
Ankos, Tim Tom, and myself.
So in this new, almost like fog-shrouded environment, because it's not necessarily that warm or cold here. It's at that perfect point where fog starts to appear whenever the rain starts hitting the ground. You are trudging through the Undercity in a very restricted vision environment. I imagine you will make it maybe a good 10 or so steps. Sorry, I'm having to fight with my own biology right now. Alright, you make it a good 10 or so steps until you see a very large looming shadow in the mist heading towards the party.
I say we bunch up and keep walking forward confidently.
yeah.
Same.
Yeah, this thing starts approaching you and getting bigger.
I feel like I know who this is.
Eventually, the shrouded figure of Ufon gets into visible range, and he walks up to the party and immediately goes, "Oh, thank God," and he kind of like lets out a breath. I talked to Neve. I thought the worst had happened.
Well,
Technically, it did for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you pretty much did. And as I say this, I'm going to like reach my right hand down and just kind of knock on my leg.
Ting ting. He just kind of like looks down at it, still ripped pant leg, and what happened?
Suicide bomber.
The short answer is suicide bomber. The long answer is compound infiltration, heated firefight, narcotic infused rage, and then a suicide.
I'm just glad you're okay.
Well, I'm not gonna say I'm okay, but I'm alive.
You're alive. That's a start.
Yeah.
Do I notice any convenience stores nearby?
Well, just to give you all a heads up, I was told that whatever the hell you guys didn't spend on the dock down there, you were going to get from Neve, so that's something to look forward to.
So you're under her employ officially too?
Officially not really. She recognized my background service career in the Syndicate military and gave me a kind of choice. Either operate under her shadow or be forcefully parted from you guys. So I obviously took the other option.
Alright.
Well,
Use this as much to my advantage as possible. I've got some rooting to do.
Then let me ask you, do you have her contact information?
I don't have her contact information, but I do have her associate. Don't know if you've met him. Tall, skinny, pretty looking one. Purple hair. You met her?
Yeah.
I think we did meet her. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Do I have that contact info, or...
No, I can pass it along to you.
Okay.
I'm going to quickly exchange it. Alright, what are you all doing?
Tom said he
shit,
needed to
have-
go. Tom said he needed to go for a walk, and we have a rule where no one goes alone. After
Plus, I need to try out this leg.
You're going
Quite
for a
frank-
walk down here.
apparently.
Well, quite frankly, I'm looking out for a place to get something to eat. I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm kind of hungry too.
Just so happens, maybe not down here, but there's a good place on the second level that I saw while I was making my rounds.
You know what? Let me get the others if we're going to be doing this.
And it gives you kind of like a thumbs up, and it's just gonna wait around, kind of.
I'm
step
gonna
in.
go back to the clinic, and I'm gonna grab Yarich, Karth, and Vaku, and I'm gonna say, we're gonna go get some fresh air, all of us. Come on.
Sounds
Yeah, it
fine
sounds
to
good.
me. As Carthan kind of stands up and dusts himself off.
And as we are rejoining the group, since I'm now alone with Karth and out of earshot of Ankos, who is not aware of what happened in the van. Look, I need to know exactly why you did what you did back there. I could tell you were not in your right state of mind whenever you ate.
I'm back.
And Carthan kind of like looks up and then away, and then back into the Centurion's, black visor. There's a long story about it. Sometimes I'm not myself.
Well, whenever we have more time, we'll need to hear it. Because if we're going to be working together, that's something we need to be made privy to.
Normally it's not an issue, but in the state that we were recovering in, I lost my resolve briefly.
You lose a point of resolve.
No.
No! I only have two!
Like I said, whenever we have more time alone, because I'm not sure we want Ankos to know that happened. There's something to be said about group morale and upkeeping it. And as much as I do think Ankos deserves to know he had a chunk taken out of his leg, I'm not sure that would help our teamwork.
Finish your discussion. You'll meet up with Uvon.
Yeah.
Then you will begin the trek to the second level trams and go and get something to eat. Meanwhile, let's take a momentary break.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
I
because
might.
I kind of want to have a conversation with Uban, because you just said he was a former Syndicate military.
So I guess Devin and I can briefly finish this interaction, then I'll pause the recording.
Sounds good.
It's just something we need to be made privy to. Because we all have hang-ups, we all have issues, and these are the kind of things that can get in the way in life and death situations.
I don't disagree.
Alright. Okay. I guess with that I'll go ahead and pause the recording. I could probably use some water, I think.
Yeah, water sounds nice about now.
I'll be back.
Okay, well, you all, go to, the place, on the second,
I can't
level.
understand your accent.
Oh, forgive me. Yeah, I need to stop that. So, you proceed with Uvon up to one of the trams and go up to the second level where you quickly find the restaurant that was aforementioned. This small establishment essentially sticks out into the street level, and it is literally just called the Fine Whisk. Inside is what appears to be a weird-ass looking alien. Any of you that wish to make a culture check to identify it can.
Yeah! 25! Let me make a check.
D5. So, damn,
24.
really, every single one of you, including a natural 20 on one of these rolls. Excellent. So, you quickly recognize this as a small individual. They are typically referred to as the Ysoki. They have their own technical species name, but in terms of their cultural heritage and origins, the Ysoki originally started out as basically a servant race within the high crime syndicate of Blossom. It was maybe about 50 or 60 years after their invention that they were taken from original rats, that they were mutated into essentially a lesser servant humanoid, which went on to escape and basically just kind of like recreate themselves across the entirety of the sector. They can be found anywhere that's grungy enough and filled with tech and scraps of food.
These things don't happen to resemble the gang of rats that we killed on our last planet, do they?
It absolutely looks like that one fire rat that you snapped its neck. This one, in fact,
I
actually
snapped
looks a
its
lot
neck.
more like light tan and has patches of black fur. He looks very clean. Looks kind of
Say-
friendly.
Same species, though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Ooh. All right then. I guess I'll probably walk up to the counter if there's not like fucking.
Yeah, it's like a
barista
bar
or-
counter that sticks out into the street. You can already smell food.
Okay, well, actually, in that case, let's all just go find a nice big table and sit down.
Yeah, you guys go ahead and sit out into the nice little panoply that they've got sitting out. They've got little benches and tables and stuff, and it seems like he has a little what is it, where the employees' entrance to walk out into the area to talk to you guys. So you all are just gonna take one big table?
I guess that's the
Ideally.
plan.
Freaking fine.
If
Tim
there's
Tom
no
scoots a
big
bench
table-
over for him because the last chair he sat on, he broke. So he's just gonna bring a bench over for him to sit on.
Very well. So, this thing slams out of the little employee way doors, kind of wringing his hands, and approaches the table and just goes, "Good, good customers. What can I get you all?"
I'm going to say, I don't know, just get some appetizer off the menu and a glass of whiskey neat.
Oh, that's fine. That sounds good.
Same for
anything
me.
else? He just kind of claps around and goes like, "Appetizers for everyone, then I'll be right back." And he skitters back into the little employee.
Tim Tom stops him. Is like, his order. Make it double for me.
He just kind of stops right at the door and turns around. "I'll make it triple just for you." And he slips through the door.
Brian, you're a fucking schizo.
Brian, this is schizo. What did he post?
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
Fucking Modern Warfare 2
Oh,
2
no.
Ghost.
What the heck?
It was fucking wonderful. Anyway,
That's stunning.
It works.
That turns my stomach.
he just
Why? just fucking
No.
just go staring at somebody. What turns your stomach about that?
It's not that type, but kind of the.
It's like
It's
the memory
uncanny,
of the
yes.
event and like
Yes.
the weird
It just
visuals.
conjures
And the
some mental.
music.
It conjures the mental image of Carthage actually eating the leg. I did not mean to disrupt the session that much. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. That's fine. So, about maybe 10 minutes pass of you all basically just making small chat. Really, Uvon's just kind of sticking to himself. Occasionally he'll make mention of just a few finer points of this place. Maybe a couple of places to visit in the future in terms of restaurants. Until eventually, this mousy individual slaps through the doors a big old tray full of stuff and immediately just runs out and place to place to place to place sets out a big old tray full of these weird, like, kebabs. They're straight up, like, balls on little sticks.
I pick one up.
How do they
I
smell?
pick one up, poke at it, and then put it back down on the plate.
Tim Tom doesn't even poke at it. He just starts eating.
Yeah, I was
pretty
gonna
much
say.
It pretty much just looks like a meatball.
Fuck it, I'll take one. I'll probably take a
I'll
whole
eat it.
kebab, and as long as it doesn't taste outright repulsive, I can't even remember the last time my character ate, so he's probably fairly wish.
Yeah, that makes sense. You all enjoy these things, and you can definitely tell that these are synth meat combinations. Like, this is essentially, whenever you're on an industrial world like this, where there's not much farmable life, they vat grow these things, and then they distribute them to restaurants as, like, basically butchered meat. That being said, it's not bad, but it's
I can
definitely...
tell it's not organic.
I'll mutter to myself under my breath, artificial meat, just like back home on Axiom.
Yeah, it's not real, but it does fill that kind of, like, meat craving.
Tim Tom
Out there that
shoots both of his drinks and then savors the third one.
Yeah, are you ordering alcoholic drinks? Because he's
Yes!
How many and what kind? Is it hard liquor?
Probably, yes!
I'm
Fair
gonna
enough.
try to keep an eye on his consumption.
Well,
When I hear you ordering alcohol, I'm gonna give you the look.
Tim
Yeah.
I'm
Tom
not.
looks
I'm
at
not gonna.
you.
I'm actually. How about this? I'm gonna. I'll just tell you. I'm gonna elbow you and go. All right, listen, dude. I will cut you a break for this because, well, you're in the same fucking boat I am. You're now about 20% less of a person, but don't go crazy, all right? Yeah, you're fucking despicable. Whatever. And then I just take my.
Tim Tom, just after he takes that, looks at him, is like, it's been a bad day. There's
Yeah,
some
you.
things about today I'd rather just forget.
As you say that, I'm going to like slide back in my chair a little bit and just tink tink hit my head really hard. And it's like you're fucking telling me.
God.
And then I'm gonna take my glass of whiskey and just slowly sip
Like,
it.
I imagine after, like, the first one that he shoots back, the second one he actually sits down and, like,
I mean, it's not
slowly
that bad.
drinks it.
I managed to get a little something for myself. Yeah, flexes.
I imagine that whatever the hell we ordered is the piss water whiskey, the shit that you could probably be suitable fucking lighter fluid than an actual drink.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great quality alcohol, but
Industrial world, it's probably made in the same vats as the fucking paint thinner.
probably.
Carthan is like drinking.
So upon seeing Vaku just flex at the table, I'm just gonna kind of scoff under my helmet. I'd look like that too if I wasn't stuck in a tube for 1,500 years.
That sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah.
Carthan is going to look over at Vaku flexing, and he's not even going to move. He's just going to flick his eyes down to his bare arm on Flex.
Oh, is this the dawn of Chad Vaku?
Chad Vaku.
Like,
Yes.
don't give a shit. Refuses to elaborate further.
Hey, what's your strength, Vaku?
It would be 15.
I'm going to.
Tim Tom looks at his slightly overweight self.
Oh,
I mean, he's not fat, but he's a little on the heartier side, and he's kind of looks like, honestly, I think I got more muscle mass in my right arm than I do you.
Seeing all of this, like,
And he kind of like, and by the way,
It ain't
his
about
right
the
arm,
mass.
his right
It's
arm
about
is a
how you
fucking,
use it.
I'm gonna
his
look.
right arm is the mechanical.
Hey
one.
Vaku, you know what else sounds like a personal problem? The fact that
What?
you don't know how to use a gun.
Tim Tom smutters.
I don't need
amidst
guns
all
so I
this,
can just beat up people.
amidst all of this, like, posturing and tough guyness, I'm gonna, like, I imagine Uvon sitting next to me, because where else would he sit? I'm gonna elbow and go, watch out, got a lot of tough guys at the table, better be careful.
yeah, Uvon, who's not been talking, that is the size of fucking Tim Tom, very clearly has arms that are bigger than some people's heads. Much more comparable to like Carthan, although Carthan's technically a medium creature. He's just tall for a medium creature. Uwan's not saying anything. He's just waiting for the food.
But I do think we should, someone should at least shoot up our colleague a text message alerting them.
Neve?
Well, maybe her associate to relay a message to her.
I have her contact info thanks to Uvan. I'll give her a summary of recent events.
Yeah.
I'd definitely be interested to learn that 202 seems to be active here as well.
Tom immediately starts looking over his shoulder for anyone who might be attempting to.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fucking open up the contact I was just given, introduce myself as 447 working with Neve, and we've met before, yada yada yada. And after that, I'm going to summarize recent events, like what happened at the warehouse, how we think that 202 is very heavily involved with a crime syndicate, how it's basically confirmed she sent that suicide bomber after us, fucking how...
And she is also confirmed on planet.
Yeah, I got texts from her too. I'm going to screenshot our text conversation and send it, and that she has to be on planet to be able to send that shit to me. So
the associate seems to wait a little bit until eventually you get a response that says, this information will be compiled and sent to my superior. Have you all finished your operations with the doctor?
I'm going to reply,
No.
We're going to need an extra day.
Very well. Look forward to a meeting tomorrow.
Affirmative.
That is the end of heard messages.
So with that,
So-
I'll put my comm unit away.
As you put
second hand
comm-
is up to speed.
As you put the comm unit away, Timothy, you're looking for people that are watching, right?
Yeah.
Make a
Have to
perception.
be eavesdrop and the such.
If I catch you looking for people, you're still private rolling, by the way.
Yeah, you are
shit.
correct.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want me to re-roll that or?
No, you're good. We'll take the 13.
Being that you are what you are, I'll assume you're not being at all subtle about the fact that you're trying to
Probably.
look around.
So,
Probably not. No.
yeah, you give a general glance around, and you actually do see somebody that's, like, definitely paying attention to the conversation. He looks kind of like a ganger. He's got a, what are those things called? Like a head wrap? It's not quite a bandana.
Good job.
Yeah, it's not a hijab or a turban. It's kind of like one of those Latino style head
Do-rag?
wraps.
I know.
Oh, it's
a
do-rag.
fucking do-rag. Yeah, that's
And yeah,
probably
he's got his arm crossed, and he's kind of sitting up on the table.
black?
And
Is this a
general
space
paying
Latinx?
attention.
And can I do a sense motive on him to see what?
Yeah, fucking.
Get a
as soon as-
general vibe on him. Is he like
Is he gonna call us Holmes or Essay?
you get a
If I
general
see you
vibe on him.
zeroing in on this guy, I want to fucking sense motive this son of a bitch too. He
Go
might be
ahead.
trying to like mug us in a fucking alleyway. Actually, I'll roll an assist for Tim Tom. There you go. So you got a 21
Yeah.
then, because I have that +1 for assistant.
Shit, really? Do you have a
Yeah.
+1 to your assist other rolls?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it is tactful advisor. I get a +1 enhancement bonus to ally skill checks. Oh wait, no, hold on. When you
Also,
aid
how-
another, if the result of your check is 20 or higher, you provide a +1.
Also,
So I
how
gave
close
him
is
a
this
+1.
individual to me?
He's sitting on the next table over. So with all of your combined bonuses, you're just kind of giving a general eye to this person, with Ankos giving you some whispers on the side. He definitely looks like he is paying attention to the conversation. He seems like he's trying to get a general validation of your characters. The way that he's looking at you, it looks like he's looking at your wounds. However, as soon as the plate of food comes out, and keep in mind the Asoki has already left his employee entryway and is setting down food in front of this guy and has more trays for you all. They're all stacked on top of each other precariously. He seems to immediately look over to the food.
We need a
He
battle
hears in
plan
his-
to kill this guy.
He hears in his head, "Be wise to keep your nose clean."
So he was looking at his food, until he looks up and around. Are you still staring at him?
No, I turn away from him. I turn away so I'm not looking at him, and he just hears,
I fucking love that.
"Be best if you keep your nose clean."
So he looks around for a bit and then kind of goes like, "Who the fuck just said that?"
When you say that, I'm gonna fucking use like a spoon or something to catch his reflection to see how he's reacting.
He seems like he's wondering who just said that because he just heard that as if there were a person right next to him. And the Yosoki's just like, "Here, what?"
He starts hearing a soft, fake laugh.
You fucking Tim Tom, you just psychically torment people.
Wow. Hey.
Tim Tom is fucking psychically bullying the LX. Anyways, I'm gonna go.
And he also, right after that, you just hear him say,
I'll make
"Enjoy
one
your
for-
food."
Enjoy your food.
Shit.
So
How about I give you an assist on that real quick? Nah, you're doing this all in your head. You can't actually communicate this with me. Never mind.
yeah, he
Yes, I
gets
can
up
assist
and
by just flexing my muscles.
It's actually that is a great fucking roll for
oh my
well,
god.
you don't he's doing it psychically. You don't know this is happening.
Yeah,
That-
I can talk to
I can
people
use
in their heads.
muscles to just intimidate them psychically too.
Yeah, no, this guy just like receiving all of these psychic inclinations and showing
And
off.
he looks over to Baku to see that he's flexing again, not even.
Yeah, Vaku's just bouncing his pecs.
God damn it!
Fucking Terry Crews style. Boink, 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 boink.
No,
boink,
hold
boink,
on.
boink,
I
boink.
know the fucking video you're looking for.
It's like the Bollywood guy is doing it.
No, I got a fucking worse one.
I swear to God, if it's fucking what is it, Eduardo or whatever his
No.
name, Ricardo.
It's not him. It's worse.
Oh.
This.
Oh.
Oh, I hate
I've never
everything
seen
about
this.
this. You know what? I'm intervening this time.
I'm intervening.
Who asserts dominance.
I'm removing the index.
That's what fucking pushes you over the end.
Working
You know,
with this pack.
I am so
God
proud.
damn
I found the day where
Ugh.
I did something that was too much for Devin.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Fucking
Hold
damn
on a
it!
minute. Where are they?
That's awful.
Yes.
This guy just gets up.
Yeah,
Eats his
that's
food, takes the tray,
What'd you-
and without
what-
even
what-
giving it back, leaves.
What did you fucking do?
4 straight damage.
Oh, Christ.
I'm catching up.
Oh no.
How is that straight
So-
damage?
Yeah, no, that
I-
was not straight. That was not SD.
I have no idea what's going on because this all occurred psychically. But seeing this guy just get up in a hurry and leave apropos of nothing, I'm just gonna kind of muse to myself. What's he's not gonna pay?
Yeah, as you all are receiving your food, this rat is precariously balancing a set of trays that just kind of stack on top of each other, and he's just kind of setting them down, grabbing the next rank, and moving it to the next person. What you actually find is a wonderful kind of like. It's essentially a thick tray with a roast sitting in a wonderful stew with a bunch of buttery potatoes and carrots and shit.
Yummy.
Mhm.
He's going to set that down in front of all of you, and then kind of take his bow and go back to his counter to watch all of you eat this and react.
He's gonna watch us eat.
Yeah, he's gonna watch you eat. He's
I'm sure
creepy
he wants
like that.
He
Tim-
probably wants an intake on his food. I mean, fuck it. Or,
Tim Tom will begin to eat.
Yeah, I'll load up a plate
Guys
too.
will let
I'm assuming I
things
need to
down.
roll a fortitude save for the
Nope.
copious amounts, or a constitution saving throw for the copious amounts of poisons
Oh, are
injected
you
into it.
a shitload of alcohol? No, there's
No,
no.
No.
He's trying to
No.
imply you're trying to poison us.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna eat the fucking food, man.
yeah. I eat the food.
I
I'm
eat the food as well.
staring
Tim Tom's
down
again.
blankly at my plate.
Again, the roast is like soft. It comes apart from the knife pretty fucking easily. It's still synth meat, but it is seasoned to a point where there is enough salt and like hearty meat that you all are very happy. Again, the
Are-
potatoes are soft and buttery, and the carrots just seem to melt into the soup itself.
Harlan is going to look over at 447. Do you have a hole to eat with?
pulls out a straw.
Pulls out a straw.
It's okay,
Pulls
old
out-
man. Get you a blender.
I pull out my tactical emergency straw.
You just watch the
Emergency
roast,
conduction port.
a roast hit the straw and just immediately all vanish into the straw somehow with that giant fucking cartoon. I don't even know how to describe it.
The outline.
No,
Yeah.
it's the outline of a whole chicken in a straw and it just goes right in. Bones
Yep.
and everything.
That's exactly what happens.
Yes.
I'm just gonna take this as a fourth wall break and not as a thing that's actually happening because I don't even know how to
Choose
rationally
to believe
explain
what you
fourth wall.
want. This is
Believe what you will.
I cannot rationally explain your hatred for showing your face.
you can choose to believe that I'm just not eating. In fact, I never once actually ordered.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
The sun turns into Ambram's face. I guess you really could suck a golf ball through a garden hose. Mm.
Please shut
Everyone
the
at the
fuck
table
up.
takes 1d4 psychic damage.
Roll it.
The vent starts rattling.
Oh god.
I will say though that I'm drinking a tall glass of water. I'm drinking a tall glass of water through a straw that I've wedged under my helmet.
Of course. So, you all enjoy your meal. I'm going to say, just because of the days, the night's rest that we're going to have just after this, during this meal, go ahead and give yourselves back 4 extra hit points.
Cool.
Because you all are just, you're relaxing. There's a bit of that aspect, like regeneration going on. And you all are getting ready to, like, sleep for the night.
Yeah,
on our way back.
after we of course pay, and I'm gonna leave behind
Though-
a pretty
Yeah, how
hefty-
much is the bill gonna be?
Yeah.
Well, the food itself is pretty decent quality. I would say if you all are basically just eating at a restaurant, goodness. I would probably say that this is maybe a good 20 credits.
20?
Yeah,
I'll leave
this is a
behind
common independent venue.
I'll leave behind 25 because the food was good enough that I think it warrants at least a good 20% tip, 25% tip.
So yeah, the Asoki wanders over next to the table and just kind of like rubs his hands together a little bit in that weird rat way. And he's just like, I hope you all liked it. And he's going to reach over towards the credits and see that you left 25, and he's going to give a big smile with his giant 2 front teeth. They are sharp and terrifying looking.
Yeah, fuck it. He makes a good roast. He can be as scary as he wants.
On our way back, Tim Tom wants to find a
Takes
convenience
from
store.
the rest of you.
So I
Yeah,
will say I
give
did
him the
not
20 credits.
I only have 92 credits to my name. I do not feel like spending 20 credits for no
You're not-
reason. I didn't order.
Fair enough.
So while we're all at the table, I'm going to ask Uvan. I heard that you were looking into something about our situation, about 202 and how everything fits together. Have you come to any conclusions?
I really don't want to talk about it in the middle of so many people.
That's fine. I just heard about it some time ago, so I figured you might have had something by now.
Back to the doctor's office then.
Sounds like a plan.
So, you all get up. You're gonna hit a convenience store on the way there.
Yes.
I guess
What
if
are you-
Tim Tom really
What are you
wants
buying?
I'm buying a 6-pack.
Alachol.
Alachol.
Well, he's
so
not
you just
buying
want
any-
a minor intoxicant?
Yeah, just a
6
cheap one.
6 credits for a 6-pack.
Cool.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll join the party of bad decisions. I lost that little flask a while ago that I kept on me too, because I had one, like Tim Tom. I just didn't quite lean on it so heavily. I guess I'll just get another.
Wait,
one.
do I still have my flask?
You're gonna get another flask, Ankos?
Yeah, I had one too, like Tim Tom, but it's.
Oh no,
it's been
no,
out.
the fucking guy. I think one of the shipmates.
Yeah, no, he took it, but he gave it back. But he gave it
Yeah.
back empty.
Yeah.
Mine's just been empty for a while.
Fair enough.
So,
Well,
something
you-
I remember fondly from my past is the ration kits would sometimes have a bar of chocolate, so I'm just going to grab a chocolate bar from this convenience store.
Okay, so that
I
would
too will grab a
probably
chocolate
be-
bar.
Like
I mean, that would just be like Yeah, that'd be like 2 credits.
Fair enough. That brings me down to an even 90. I like that. I'm going to buy this chocolate bar and slip it into one of the pockets in my armor.
As for you, Anko, since you're just in like this convenience store, what exactly are you buying? They do have alcohol here, including like hard liquor, and some of it
Alcohol.
a bit more expensive
Weed.
than others.
Just a very small little shooter of like some fucking scotch that I can put into the flask to save for a rainy day in case I ever decide to use it again.
Yeah, they have those gas station counter like racks where it has little tiny like racked bottles of fucking
Like
you know,
a little.
tiny shot bottles of liquor.
Yeah,
People are wandering around.
I'll probably do like the one that's just like the little bit slightly bigger, the 350 of it.
Yeah, he's gonna give you a big old thumbs up, and it's just one of those. Basically, just a fucking teenager at the counter. I assume you want to shoot him, right?
Shoot it.
When he gives me the big goofy thumbs up after selling me this, I kind of just like glare at him like you're a fucking dork.
Yeah, so that'd be if you're going for like decent spirits, that'd be like 10 credits.
Yeah, that's fine.
That'd be enough to refill your flask.
Yeah, just to have something for special occasions again.
Alrighty. You all get everything that you kind of want, head back to the doctor's office, and spend the rest of the night there. So those of you that are interested, once you get to the doctor's office and sit back down in the hallway, Uvon does kind of sit down on one of the bunks, which nearly collapses underneath him. And he seems like he's ready to talk about it.
All
Oh
right.
shit, I'll listen.
Parkle,
Let's hear
stay
it.
up.
Alright, well, I had to get like a confirmation, because I mean, whenever I first saw it, it was a bit creepy, but nothing condemning. But it just kept popping up in a bunch of different reports. You do remember the original, like, Syndicate Belwar War, right?
Yes.
Wasn't around
Tim-
for it, but I've heard stories.
Tim Tom notice. Yeah. Was there?
Right. Well, there are very creepy, unexplained reports of strange cyan-eyed individuals working in the shadows, doing weird shit. Now, I figured that did relate to the case, you know, cyan eyes, that's kind of fucking weird, bit correlating, but it goes back even further. As far as back during the formation of the Syndicate and the various civil wars that took place during the Outer Rebellions, they just kept popping up, these cyan-eyed infiltrators. If I had to give a guess, it is entirely likely that this 202 person just keeps showing up hundreds of years in between these events. You ever met a mortal or alien race that lives for hundreds of years aside from elves?
No.
Well, she's about
And-
as old as I am. If I had to guess, there's definitely some kind of cryopreservation involved.
Well, that's a weird thing. They show up in dispersed reports. Like, they'll show up here and then disappear for about 100 years. And he kind of is zooming through news feeds and bulletins that he's kind of collected, like scream sheet stuff. Until he eventually points out one, like, flashing image that appears to have caught it by surprise. And it does kind of catch the outline of what would have been 202's face. The full figure is obscured by a shadow, but it appears to be a military documented report that was released to the public when an inquiry was put in. Seems like a lot of people are trying to figure out exactly what these things are. But my point is, it's been around for a long fucking time. That's what I got on 202. As for your situation,
I kind of lean back in my chair and, like, put a hand under my chin while I contemplate this.
something else that's a bit creepy. There have been excavations for archaeotech before. Stuff that hailed from the beginnings of the Hollowed Core back whenever they were at their ascent. Those motherfuckers made a lot of creepy and advanced stuff.
You gotta tell me.
Well, of course, as far as I've heard, you were from around back then. They had a lot of weird looking shit. I think one of the things that spooks me the most were the reports of breaking down specific machineries and finding empty repositories for essences from the outer planes. Meaning that the Hollowed had the capacity to bind outsiders to machines, use them in an official capacity as a sort of like a fuel on a power source, like an operator.
I know for a fact they had lumbering machines of war. Never read too much into how they were powered.
Well, I'm just putting two and two together. The only empire that I could think of that makes something as creepy as what you're all afflicted with. Kinda sounds like the Hollowed to me. And if it's something like that, you gotta wonder, what kind of outsider are you all cursed with?
Something shadowy?
When we were sparring, Ankos, you know what I was trying to say?
No, I don't think I did.
I was gonna ask you what you knew about demons.
Demons. Like,
I'm fucking
Wait.
around.
like a real bona fide demon, a creature from hell that hates humanity and has the big yeah, I don't know shit about demons. I guess I shouldn't laugh. I've seen fucking vampires, a lot of more preposterous shit in recent
You see a
memory.
lot of the shit in the Hollow vids, so I don't blame you for thinking that I'm crazy.
I don't think you're crazy. I'm just wondering where this is going.
I'm just saying, weird spiritual shadow thing imbued in a machine. I don't know exactly what it is, but sounds to me like you've got a cursed passenger.
You're talking about aspect?
He just kind of like shrugs his shoulders. Yeah. I don't think dealing with that thing is gonna do any of you any good.
She did say she found joy. in
No,
what we were
she's
doing.
definitely not fucking right in the head, but
Tim Tom begins to like talk about.
The fact of the
Tim
matter
Tom-
is, we wouldn't be around without her. Even if I didn't want to deal with Aspect, I don't have a choice.
yeah, the
mean-
problem here is mostly that it cannot live. We cannot function without her to the best of our knowledge. Well, it maybe. I don't.
Sorry, Doctor, were you going to say something?
She seems maybe to feed off of individuals we slay. She said that people we've or hinted at people we kill give her some sort of raw material to make her stronger.
To bring us back.
But
That's what she said. Raw material to bring us back. We provided more than enough of it whenever we slaughtered that warehouse.
And Ubon seems to visibly, like, his facial features sink.
Aiding and abetting a demon.
Equivalent.
That's
It's equivalent exchange. Their lives for ours.
For now. But you know how that saying goes. Those who play with the devil's toys are brought by degrees to wield his sword. Just watch yourselves.
I
I
don't
have
like
long
any of
since
this.
held a paranoia in the back
I-
of my mind that she starts
uh,
requesting more. But once again,
Like I said, the fact of the matter is we wouldn't be standing here without her.
well, even if you take the gratitude angle out of it, she more or less completely holds us together in a very literal sense. So, it's either live or accept, or it's either accept the thing or die.
You seem to catch Uvon in like a tight situation because you can very clearly tell that he does not want you, Angos, to die.
I mean,
He is like kind of caught between moral obligations and like mortal attachments. I don't really know what to say.
I mean, I'll say this: if I knew I had a function without her, I would. I don't like being held together by some creature, but so far, if her price is those slain, I can say with a fairly clear conscience, never slain anybody who deserve it. Why is my mic cutting out so fucking much?
Well, I'm gonna keep looking for alternative options. And if I can, and I get a sense that I can do it, I'm gonna drag you out of this mess.
That'd
That
be
would be
appreciated.
nice.
He
He,
seems to almost like grimace over at the moth as if he was just talking to Ankos.
I'm just gonna kind of lean back in my chair and muse to no one out loud. Just kind of say this fucking to anyone who's listening. You know how tragic it would have been if I died in a shuttle crash just moments after I woke up? Or died to a bunch of gangers in a warehouse in a structural collapse? I think I'm something grateful for being able to come back. My story's not supposed to end that way.
You do feel a warm, comforting feeling. It is definitely an ethereal presence that almost seems to be happy.
The way I see it, I'm the last of my kind. 202 straight from the path. Whatever she is, she's not what I was, and not what I am now. As long as I live, so too does Concordia. And if I can live forever, I think that's a deal I'm gonna take.
Tom's gonna ask Uvan, are these physical copies of the stuff he's brought, or are these like stuff brought on like a tablet or something?
He's
like that?
got a bunch of like little bulletins and reports that he has.
I'm gonna put my
but they're
dog
all
outside, I'll be back.
So if you're asking if you want a copy, I can give you a copy.
I would appreciate that. Yes, please.
I'm gonna transfer that material over to you.
What kind of do we know? Is it different random kinds of wars and conflicts that they've shown up in?
Yeah,
Is it
there are different wars separated by like
Alright, I'm
hundreds
back.
of years in between that all seem to have a report of similar circumstance. Strange beings working like basically under cover of some kind of illusion or night, or for instance, and all of them seem to share a similar eye color.
So,
It's kind of like one of those creepy stories, like the gray aliens are coming down in their flying saucers and they're taking us away. It's that kind of crazy.
but he actually showed us an image of what looked like 202.
Kind of, yeah.
So-
It wasn't like a full image.
Right. So there's still some plausible deniability.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to, bring it up. There's a very good chance this goes much deeper than her being in with some crime syndicate if what we're hearing is true. Hundreds of years of interference in syndicate operations. We're dealing with something much bigger.
Well, at that point, I feel like the most logical explanation is she's very opportunistic, and right now, getting in league with the mobs is her best bet.
It's like I told you, she's extremely opportunistic.
And
And besides, this report of cyan eyes going back hundreds and hundreds of years, this is beyond just a crime syndicate. There's... who knows who's even with them now?
is there any evidence in this
What if these crime
information?
syndicates got this from her instead of her getting it from them?
That's a possibility.
Is there any way I could look through the information real quick and see if there's a possibility that it's not just one individual, that it could potentially be multiple?
Oh no, it seems to imply that sometimes more than one is spotted.
Tom like points that up. I don't think she might not be working alone.
There's no way she's working alone.
So,
Do you think it's a possibility others of your ilk might be working alongside her?
Firstly, my ilk. It's a strange way of putting it. And secondly, this iris pattern and color is not typical in Centurion subjects. This is something different. She wasn't like this when we were active. Who says
Down
her
and down the
accomplices?
rabbit hole we go.
Who says her accomplices have to be other Centurions? They could be anything.
Yeah, he is.
If anything, I'd wager the fact that she's a Centurion is what gave her the tenacity and the wherewithal and the sheer ability required to pull off something like this. If you want my guess, she's probably the ringleader and she has a bunch of other following her.
Can I look at targets, like various targets? Is it like, is there a commonality between them, or is it like, were they?
Only thing that you manage to piece together whenever you look at all of these news reports is that they seem to be like, and this is just crazy person talking. They seem to be random targets, but all seem to kind of follow the goal of like making chaos.
Tom kind of remarks like, there's got to be another reason.
That's
other
what.
than just
But isn't that what she told us at the from the very moment we caught her tampering with those machines? She was doing this to sow chaos. I hold up my fingers, air quotes, for fun.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't buy that for one.
I
fucking
don't
second.
buy it for a second either. I know her. It goes far deeper than that.
Well, beyond that, nobody goes through all this trouble just for entertainment.
I
There's,
fully
No one
believe.
gathers that many resources. No one lives for that long just for fun.
I fully believe that she's intentionally causing chaos and sowing discord, but it's in service to a greater end.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump the shark here completely and say, I don't know. Maybe she's, maybe one reason why she has this extremely long life is she's in service to some eldritch deity that exchanges death and chaos for her life force. I don't know. I'm up for anything at this point.
Sounds like you're drawing on familiar territory for that little hunch.
I'm just admitting that I have no fucking idea where to even start with a case like this.
I mean,
We have an immortal super soldier that's running around disrupting the peace of the entire fucking galaxy just for, as she admits, shits and giggles.
Our own hypothesis still seems like it carries some water.
she's worked.
I think that we're not going to know a single goddamn thing until we can corner her. catch her.
Believe you me, it has to go much deeper than just these cartels and crime syndicates if this has been going on for hundreds of years, but...
Right. And right now, it seems like the only person that knows anything that's happening is 202 herself. And she has made the gracious effort to go ahead and contact us and put herself within arm's reach.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with less than 3.
I'm sorry,
What?
less than 3?
She sent an ASCII heart sign as her last message. Fucking Centurion doesn't know what that means.
Tom looks at it like,
It's a heart sign, you fucking dumbass.
What?
it's an emoji.
All right. Turn your data pad right side up. Okay, what does the symbol look like? It's a heart. She's taunting you.
Looks like it might be a drawn bow.
It's a heart. You're being fucked with.
You know, Centurion hearts don't look like that.
Arts do not look like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know,
yes.
Tim Tom, you're right. That's not what an anatomically correct... I don't get it.
Ah, you fucking test tube baby. God damn it.
It's theorized that it could be 2 anatomically correct hearts fused together.
I don't know. Point
Tom
is...
stops when you say that.
When you say that, I just say fucking nerds under my breath and walk away.
I'm gonna
I know for a
walk...
fact that's not how that works either there, buddy.
I'm gonna lock the screen on my comm unit. Point is, she's as cryptic and evasive as usual.
Well, that specifically is not a lot of crypticism. It's an admission that she doesn't fear us. She's not scared
I don't
of what
know.
we-
I think the clock is ticking, and I don't mean the bomb is pretty damn cryptic.
Well, I don't really want to leave her unattended on this planet for much longer. You know, just in case she has plans here
Right,
too.
well, let's go ahead and walk right up to her and keep eyes on her.
If I wasn't scared of getting my ass kicked again, I would.
My point
Is-
exactly.
Either way, I think that we need to have a conversation with our contact here and let her know that she has a rogue operative now.
Like I said, I've
be
texted
concerned here.
everything we know to Neve's assistant. So once we get officially back in touch with Neve, we're going to have a long conversation about what we've learned.
So, the night passes as
I recommend we take watch.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I am not. We know she's on the planet. We know she has been observing us.
Are we all staying in the same fucking place then?
I would imagine so.
In this doctor's clinic, yeah, I'd assume.
there's
Oh, I
bunks
thought-
outside.
I thought we had found alternate residence. Never mind.
Did we find an alternate residence? I didn't think.
No, we didn't.
Didn't ask.
No,
didn't-
no.
Didn't
I-
ask, yeah.
Just wanted to make sure because I thought we were just staying at the doctor's clinic.
Okay, fine. If you want somebody to stay up through the night, we can do a little shift watch. But quite frankly, I think that's overkill.
So,
Better
you
safe than sorry.
you all are
If it-
going to take watches?
Yep.
I reckon
One per-
so.
Yeah,
enough.
sure. Fuck it. I'll take one of the mid shifts, I guess.
The
No,
He's
night
most
I-
likely to do something in the middle of the night.
I'll take any of them. I don't really care.
No, that's cool. You all take watches, and the night passes pretty quickly. You all have to find time to busy yourselves. Any of you guys do anything cool during the night watch, or do you just let the night pass?
I'm gonna let my dog in real quick. I'll be back. She's
Yeah, you walk
fucking
over to
barking.
the door and open up the door, and a giant, horrible eldritch monster walks in.
Is
Hey, what's a dog?
is the front door the only entrance into this building?
Yeah, as far as you know.
I
As far
imagine
as-
Tim Tom during his watch is probably just gonna like step outside just to get some fresh air, look about. Not like leave the area, but he's just gonna kind of sit at
When-
the doorway with it.
When you do so, the doctor exits with you, kind of resting outside of his little, just underneath
Sorry,
the shelter.
some motherfucker knocking on the door.
Yeah, you're fine.
I apologize. Your roommate was knocking on the door.
No, you're cool. The doctor's basically gonna come out and
all right. I'm back.
I look out at the doctor's like, hey, got an extra one of those?
Oh yeah, no fucking kidding. And he's gonna kind of like slip one up and hand one over to you. He uses his fucking laser to light the end of the cigarette.
Oh shit! Does mine have one of those?
You should. Don't you have a cauterizing laser?
Cauterizing laser.
You set the entire cigarette on fire. In any case, yeah, you have to bum another one off of him, which he's more than happy to. These are pretty fucking cheap.
Yeah. And I will
Unlikely.
obviously do a perception check just to look around, make sure we're not being watched, because I'm kind of paranoid at the moment about all this.
You're good. There's nobody around at the moment. You're just kind of chilling out with this guy.
I am snoozing.
So, anybody else want to do anything, or do we want to skip to the morning?
When my shift happens, I guess I'm just gonna try to get used to my fucking leg a little bit, just doing like lunges and weird
Doing,
fucking
like, little-
calisthenics.
So just rest and
Little
think
job.
about everything that's kind of happened so far.
All right. So,
Arth is gonna meditate during his watch. Kind of.
are you meditating with an intent or meditating to clear your head?
trying to kind of center myself again. I'm a little jarred at my own behavior over the day.
No shit.
I imagine that you try to center yourself to a point where, trying to really get into the photon attunement. And in the middle of it, you swear you hear a fucking noise.
My eyes snap open.
You turn over to your side and immediately a large black shape in the corner of your vision leaps out at you and shoves you violently to the side.
Oh fuck.
You
I-
lean over and just kind of roll onto the floor and have
Yeah.
to get back up and look around and realize you're all alone with your sleeping comrades.
Did this produce
So-
any noise in the real world, or?
I mean, you heard Carthan fall over.
I'm gonna kind of. I imagine I'm a pretty light sleeper, so I kind of crane my fucking helmet up to see Carthen fucking stumbling around.
And you see him in this sort of
There's like this disturbance. He's just like, what the fuck?
you see him in this low, like defensive stance, like he's about to spring towards something, and he's kind of looking around.
Well,
What the hell?
is there something in the room?
I thought I'd heard something.
All right,
It's
I'm gonna do a sweep. I get up and I start fucking patrolling around to see if I can find anything.
The both of you probably look around for a bit. Nada.
Hmm.
That's-
Does that,
must be my nerves.
Yeah, no kidding. And with that, I'm gonna lay back down on the couch that I was resting on and lay my helmet back down on the armrest. Outside of that, it's impossible to tell if I'm sleeping or not.
Fair enough. The night passes into early day, if we are no longer interrupted, and we begin finishing off our implantations. So, Yarich, you have to sit down in the chair, and he does kind of make mention. I'm kind of surprised you carry around a lot of weird technical gadgets. I'm surprised you don't have a data jack already.
I just always never needed it.
I mean, it's like the next level of technological interfacing.
So, oh god, Tyler. So, do you know what a data jack really implies? Just out of curiosity.
Being connected to your head and you physically.
Oh, it is a brain implant, right? Okay, never mind then.
Just kind of surprised you haven't ever had one. Anyway, just making mention, you do have. He kind of like weighs his options. I would say. Let me quickly check something. Personal upgrades, 1,400. That would bring you up to 5,000. Let me quickly just drag this over and see. So just to inform you, you do have enough for a personal upgrade. Like, he's gonna kind of poke over towards the screen and just say, you know, there's plenty of intelligence-enhancing implants. Could make you faster too, though I'm running low on synaptic accelerators at the moment.
His eyebrows rise. Well, his metaphorical eyebrows rise at the idea of a intelligence boost.
How would the intelligent boost work?
Oh, 1 second. Let me go ahead and pull out the box. And he's going to start rooting around. I knew I had one of these around here somewhere. We don't get many of your types down here. Most of the people that Neve send to me are brutish goons. Let's see. He reads on the package. Looks like this is a data processing module, a logic coprocessor. It should be able to help you compile data and store it much more efficiently. It is a brain implant along with your data jack, so I can make the two a package if you wish.
Yeah, it should. Like I said earlier, I already have a brain imprint back here. Memory module. Memory module.
So, he goes ahead and basically gives you the nods and the thumbs up and injects you with the anesthetic and basically just kind of puts you to sleep. When you wake up, you see a bit of your own vision flickers for a second. There's a bit of little digital trailings as you realize there is definitely a digital interface directly implanted into your brain. You actually do start to see digital symbols in real life, including ones that kind of scan over the individual in question in front of you, that seems to categorize his own name above him.
The dude probably can't see it, but Yari's just smiling.
Yeah, just to give you kind of a clear example, since you technically don't know my name, I haven't given it to you yet, but you should be able to see it on your HUD. I updated you with it.
Yes, I see it.
What is it actually?
Vesrin Yesphere.
Best friend.
He
I
kind of gives you a quick smile and goes, "Yeah, that's right. Looks to be operating in the right order." He's gonna kind of push you out of the chair. Keep those bandages on for at least one day.
can do.
The regenerative medicine that I've implanted with you should help it seal over pretty quickly. Send in the last guy if you would.
Will do.
I'm going to head out and send out whoever hasn't been
It'd be Karth as the last one.
Karth.
Yeah, Karth will wander up and sort of sit down easily in the chair, even though it took Tim Tom earlier.
So, didn't quite hear what you were interested in.
Here, so Carthen's gonna kind of hold up his hand. I don't need any extra augmentation from here.
So, you don't want anything from me?
Just a little bit of an extra treatment as far as these wounds are concerned, and he's sort of gonna like hold up his currently bandaged arms.
Oh yeah, sure. I went over you pretty briefly, but I can do it again. He's going to go over your wounds once more and give you an extra 9 points of HP.
How much HP did we get for rest? Oh, we got the 4 HP.
We already got the
MS.
HP for resting at the diner.
I'll say that if you all wish, you can basically just kind of stay with him and he will treat you again for 9 points of HP.
Sounds fine to me.
I just removed all of your HP, so I hope
It's
you
a
knew what
fine.
it was.
Mine was at 14.
Alright, so you should be at 25 then.
Yes. Well,
I should
an
be
extra
full
9, that would put me at 23.
Oh yeah, 23, sorry.
Yep.
I'm bad at math. I don't have a logic coprocessor.
Maybe you should get an implant from this guy.
Yeah, I wish I could.
So we're all gaining 9 HP, correct?
Yes.
Yep, I already did it for you, don't worry. Alrighty, so...
So I'm at full health now?
No, I already put it in your character sheet. You don't
Oh,
have to worry.
and Hooper, if you haven't already, you can spend a point of resolve to get all your stamina back.
Oh, cool. I should
It was
probably
two-
do that.
Yeah, I only have 2 resolve at the moment, but
I mean, I was at 22
I have 2
earlier.
resolve out of 4, so I think I'm doing okay.
Did you say that you were already at 22?
Yeah.
Alright, in that case you would be at full health.
Okay.
mine's currently 19, but that's probably from...
Alright, so you all getting kind of nice and patched up from the dock. Bid yourself adieu and go to meet with Neve.
Yes.
So, as you wander off to the core spire to have an audience with Neve von Grimm, Neve von der Grimm, that is where I will cut tonight's session.
Very
Alright.
cool.
All right.
Nice.
I'll put this on,
A
put my
nice...
new acquaintance under friendly acquaintance. How do you spell his name?
Who,
The
this guy?
Yes.
So, it is VESRYN.
Yes. Could you repeat that?
VESRYN. His last name is Yesphere, as in yes, yes sir, that kind of thing. And then FIR on the end.
So I think I'm leaning towards Devin's suggestion for the episode name. We're going to call it A Leg Up.
Oh my god.
I like it because it references the infamous leg scene.
The
And-
infamous leg scene.
And also, it's kind of what we just got at this Ripper Doc clinic. These implants are a leg up, in a way.
Very fair.
Still, that
Recording.
fucking meme.
Hmm?
447 watching Card.
God.
Carthanito Ryan's severed leg. That look of just, you fucking serious, mate?
Did that just happen? Are you really doing that?
Am I in a
True.
car with somebody who's eating a human leg right now?
Actual cannibal Carthanopel
I'm gonna go ahead.
living in the woods.
I'm gonna go ahead and end the recording
He's
here.